should I speak from? I don't see anything. Maybe I speak from here. Oh. Okay. Welcome. I'm Jussi Koitala. I'm a director of MCult. Welcome to second edition of Minna Tarkka lectures, annual get-together dedicated to discussing and debating potential of art, media and technology in reshaping current and future democratic societies. Inspired by the legacy of media art pioneer and MCult's founder Minna Tarkka from 1960 to 2023, this series continues her commitment to critical experimentation and socially engaged practices, rooted in the deep commitment and to hospitality and intersections of political and technological development. Responding to pressures in contemporary social and cultural environments, this year's edition asks what forms of togetherness and resistance surface through media within the context of artistic practices today. How can artists, communities, and technologies rewire shared futures and when dominant narratives emphasize acceleration and optimization? To explore these questions, MCult has invited 3 contemporary voices whose artistic and theoretical practices challenge the technological power while cultivating emerging forms of collectivity. Ruth Catlow, artist collective eeefff, and artist Harold Hejazi. Lectures are responded by Andrew Gryf Paterson, Marleena Huuhka, and Grégoire Rousseau, and accompanied by edible artworks by Alejandra Alarcón, Koira One, and Emma Vilpula and Caroline Sinner. And then I just open up a couple of paragraphs of like a more broader context, maybe, or contextualization for these talks today, or lectures. Common fascist argument used to justify tighter control over civic life, and it is the claim that decision-making must become more economically efficient, quicker and more streamlined, especially during periods of multiple social, economic and ecological crises and threats. Unlike the early ideals of open, decentralized internet cultures, today's algorithm-driven online and artificial intelligence environments strongly prioritize predictability and optimization, while limiting how people and bodies can be present and participate and interact in the public. Throughout her career, Minna Tarkka worked to carve out space for freedom and agency within constantly shifting technological media and media landscape. She firmly believed in possibility of having an impact on our communities and environment through technology, media, and even simple act of sharing a meal. In this spirit, this year's Minna Tarkka lectures ask, what is the potential of collective imagination and era defined by optimization? So there comes the title somehow. So we will hear 3 talks, each offering liberating perspective on how civic life might be rewired today. Within today's social and technological conditions, we will give attention to multi-species connections and forms of solidarity. We will explore how participation can stitch fragmented publics back together. We will learn how algorithmically shaped environments might be repurposed as spaces for imagination. And the program concludes with shared meal, giving us a moment to digest the day's discussions and reflect on future collective possibilities. Yes, so this was the overall introduction. Once more, thanks for coming, and nice that there are some people still coming on. I also want to thank Kiasma as a co-organizer of the event, and Aalto University Media Lab, hosting the workshops by the speakers also during this week. Just briefly about the timeline of today, so we have quite tight schedule. We will have a first Ruth's talk, and then discussion with Andrew Paterson. Each talk and discussion altogether, they are about 1 hour, 5 minutes. Then we have a short break, which means it's very short, so we just basically switch to the next speaker. So I really encourage you to move around and go to outside of the space if you really wish and hope, so don't be locked into your chairs. After Ruth's talk and the conversation, we have a Harold Hejazi's presentation and performance or playable lecture, and then conversation with Marleena Huuhka, who will join through Zoom. Unfortunately, Marleena cannot be here today. And then finally, we have a talk by eeefff Sina from the collective, and then a conversation with Grégoire Rousseau. And then we move into the lobby or the Kiasma's lecture space. You will, if you haven't been here, but it's nearby, like basically you go into the lobby of the theater or the space between, you will see it, for the food pairings. And then Laura will present the food pairings when we get to that point more closely. Just quickly, be kind and create a safer space together. So it's everyone's responsibility. As I mentioned, move around, be flexible to be here and there. We have as you saw maybe, not yet, we are captioning the talks through the, oh, panic, the caption is not on. So we are captioning the talks through basically artificial intelligence driven or powered app. So that's like a little bit already a contradictual situation. And then there is a toilet just around, but if you need the accessible toilets, it's like throughout the Kiasma's lobby. Yes, Alice will take some photographs, so if you really don't want to be in the picture, just let them know and be brave with that too. Yes, just once more welcome and thanks for coming. Really nice to see you here. And now just briefly present Ruth before the talk. Ruth's talk is titled Life and Death in the World of World Wide Web. I'm not going to say so much about the talk, but you will hear it soon. But I just say that Ruth is a UK-based artist, researcher, curator, and organizer. She's the co-founder and director of Furtherfield, an organization for art, technology, and eco-social change. Founded in London with Mark Garrett in 1996. Furtherfield believes a global focus on financial values of art and technology has led to deep social, economic, and environmental inequalities. They envision a world where diverse communities act creatively to imagine and build more democratic and equitable alternatives together. Ruth specializes in playful co-creation and critical group-driven discovery that embraces more than human interest for fairer and more connected and cultural ecologies and economies. And then just briefly mentioning Andrew, who will come to discuss with Ruth. Andrew Gryf Paterson is an artist, organizer, cultural producer, educator, curator, and independent researcher, specializes in exploring connections between art and digital culture, science, cultural activism related to commons, do it yourself and do it with others, ecologically and sustainable movements, along with cultural heritage and collective networks. Thanks. The stage is your, Ruth. And once more I'm really happy that you are here, and we hopefully have a really pleasurable and nice day. Thank you.
Thanks, Hejazi. And I too am really pleased to see you all here. Thanks for coming. Very pleased to be here. I want to explore the connection between early adventures in the web and the terrible ecological situation that we find ourselves in now. And to ask how we might support young people with tales and tools of mutualist thriving to make adventurous lives that respond to the contemporary context. Just to note that many of the images I used throughout the presentation are from artists with whom we've worked at Furtherfield, and I'll make a list of those artists available afterwards. But the two images here are by Andy Deck. This is crowdsourcing, which was exhibited as part of our World Wild Web exhibition at Furtherfield Gallery in 2012. And not a Furtherfield artist, Paul Barron, who made this image of centralized, decentralized, and distributed network models in 1964 as part of a RAND Institute study to create robust military communication network structures. And this one, I kind of like to include it because it circulated so often in the early days of artists and techies working with the web as a way to understand what internet infrastructure and web infrastructure was enabling and why it worked the way it did. We have a situation. People are describing this as a polycrisis. So this is where separate crises of care, ecology, economy, geopolitics, ethics also. These crises are overlapping and interact to destabilize the whole. And this means that our planetary life support systems are becoming increasingly complex and fragile. I find that the term polycrisis, as an analysis of our situation, can tend towards abstraction of the problem. And while it supports researchers to argue for the needs for better models of the problem, it doesn't necessarily support most of us to take action. I prefer, I think, this definition or problem definition by Bridget Mackenzie of the Climate Museum in the UK. And this is part of the quote, but I'm going to read the whole there's a paragraph definition. I think it's really useful. Human activities have breached the safe limits of the Earth's operating system, and no country meets the needs of its people equally within these limits. This is a time of overwhelming, Earth-sized issues, and it's so tempting not to talk about them. Billionaires and harmful companies are funding disinformation that is changing how we're governed, who we care for, and what we believe. People need to express their feelings, need to access the science, need to understand what trouble is unfolding, need to imagine a thriving future, and be empowered to take action. But how do we do this? Now, I prefer this as a problem definition because it names specific causes and effects, and it invites us to reflect on how we feel about them. To talk about what's happening is the first step to action. It makes it personal, regardless of our professional standing. And this is personal, and we need to feel it. This situation is really personal. So I'm going to share a little of my journey as an artist and as co-founder of Furtherfield with Mark Garrett from the early days of the web and a kind of time of peer-to-peer cultural production through to our more recent place-based work with eco-social role play. And throughout, I want you to keep this question in mind. So, in this Earth crisis, what opportunities exist here? So, here in Helsinki, and for a streaming audience, here in whichever city or town or rural settlement that you're based, what opportunities exist for adventurous young people to shape a better world for themselves in solidarity with all beings? And this question springs from a very kind of a personal moment of realizing that the things that I have been able to do with the people around me of my generation would not have been able to happen if I was setting out now. And also we have this kind of like new perspective, a much more in-depth perspective on the harms that global planetary scale technologies are doing to our relations with ecological systems and each other as humans. So this is the question we're going to come back to. Before we start, though, I'd like to invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and recall a strong memory of a new digital technology, device, app, or immersive experience. So something that you encountered for the first time that really sticks with you. What happened? How did it feel? What did it mean to you? And what changed because of that? It might be a small thing, but something that you really felt. Now ask yourself, what do you know about the device, software, and data that made this experience possible? How were they made and by whom? And who benefited from your experience? Did they benefit with your data, your attention, perhaps your money? So, I want to use this image to talk about early adventures in the World Wide Web. It's a 2012 remake of a graphic we created for our 2007 Do It With Others email art exhibition. So, I think we coined this term, I think Mark coined this term, and it was this kind of, it grew out of a progression from the punk spirit, which he really brought to Furtherfield, of a kind of DIY culture. You make your own instruments, you make your own stage, you get on that stage, you make something, you call it music, you share it with other people who are your mates, and that is therefore culture and music. That's DIY culture and the punk spirit. But this kind of shift from DIY to DIWO, do it with others, is a kind of recognition that it's not just about you as an individual or your small group of mates, that we're all kind of like connected in this web. So here in this image, you see part of the distributed network diagram that we saw in the Paul Barron image at the beginning. And then all these nodes of different categories of things. So we have an image making tool, we have a storage device, we have a security device, we have the representation of the free and open source, early free and open source GNU software movement. We have a very bad representation of the grassroots here, and insects, and this was our philosopher, here is our hysteric, and here is a talking dildo to represent the kind of libidinous forces of the early web. So a lot of the early web was kind of like powered by the economy of porn. We made this was a remake made in 2012, and it also therefore has images of Dogecoin and Bitcoin as a representation of these kind of like what were then new digital currencies, if we want to call them that. So this kind of like, this image I think conveys really well the spirit of playful adventure and experimentation, and a growing awareness of the components of networked, open, distributed infrastructure for communication and exchange of information, and a lot of play, like play across between continents, between people from very different backgrounds, different disciplines. So to just go back, kind of like how we came to be making this image, Mark and I had taught ourselves to make Furtherfield's first website, an anarchist cyber cafe in London in 1996. Mark's background was in punk, pirate radio, street art and DIY culture. And Backspace, this place supplied free access to computers, cracked software, so like, hacked, stolen software, and a fast broadband connection, one of the fastest public broadband connections in London. And this created a space where artists, business people, and philosophers just kind of hung out and were experimenting with what might be interesting about the internet. It was also host to a band of travelling academics, artists, techies, and activists who then really went on to form the European and probably part of the, like, significant parts of the global kind of, how are we going to call this? Let's call it the media art scene for now, of which we're a part. So, yeah, I am going to do this. The internet at that point, when I first encountered it, was the corporate presence on the internet were like printed brochures with just an email address. So that was early days web for corporations. A lot of porn, as I've said. Indexes to business and research, so no kind of like search function. And many homepages made by all kinds of people, made with kind of like very simple code and many pictures of kittens. And like what we discovered at that time was that peers, regardless of where they were from, if they had any kind of computer and any kind of internet connection, they could make their own web pages and connect with peers without going through kind of trusted institutions, and share the things that matter to them. And this was kind of like core, from this grew the spirit of the digital commons. So the creation of cultures, tales, and tools on free and open source principles. So these were co-created, as a commons, they were co-created and managed by the people that produced them. And this spirit and the infrastructures it produced are still very much alive in the whole stack of core global technology infrastructures that remain as public goods rather than as proprietary, privately owned kind of like softwares. But we don't, certainly in the UK, I've been asking around, like, how much do people know about this stuff here? I think you know more here in Helsinki than we know in the UK. I'm talking about kind of broad public knowledge. But so some familiar names in the free and open source media stack might be WordPress blog software, Drupal community blog software, Apache server software, free softwares such as LibreOffice as alternatives to Microsoft, and a whole suite of creative tools that exist as free alternatives to the kind of very expensive creative tools. And they all run on some version of free and open source software, which means that their code base is created through a coordinated collaborative system and its licensing ensures that its code remains in the public domain to be distributed and adapted by its users.
Recording stopped.
Oh, I don't think I did that. Okay, so that was a bit lectury, but I'm kind of like, I was talking to Andrew before, like it's always a bit of a kind of, it's a tricky negotiation, because what I really want to do is tell you a story, but underneath this story are all these infrastructures that I also want to draw attention to, and we can't assume that we all know what they are and what they mean and what differences they make to us all. But I'm just going to kind of like loop back into the story now. So the graphic, the DIWO graphic, was to advertise the exhibition that is kind of here. So this was created on the principle of mail art, critiquing the gatekeeping of the art world. It kind of like took the mail art model, which said, it put out a call and then said, anyone that submits something will be included in this exhibition. And they submitted something to an email discussion list that we still run called Net Behaviour. And for a month, 90 people participated in an intense exchange of text, music, software play, remixing, critiquing, poetry, utter nonsense, full-on arguments, all within the frame of the inbox. And everything was to be included. And then we hosted an early open curation session using video conferencing, not that ubiquitous at that point, to work out how the hell to make this make any sense to people who came to visit our warehouse gallery. And this is a kind of like ad hoc, but we essentially made meaning in the inbox, and then the inbox could be redistributed. So it's this kind of a medium that is made by everyone and can be redistributed by everyone. So this image from 2009 shows the reprise of the DIWO email art show with the British Dark Mountain project. It's a publishing project that argued, and still argues actually, for alternatives to the harmful narratives upon which our industrial and settler colonial societies are built. This graphic is darker, and the relationships between, we no longer see things separated by clean kind of like lines joining separate nodes. We see things layering, interacting. We now see also representations of surveillance in the state, and we see something of the land, the imprint of our own identities in this. And I think that this is a reflection of a massive shift in energy in the mid-noughties, a shift from a frankly utopian and very optimistic sense of what was possible, like the fact that we'd been able to work with people around the world to build blogs, actually long before blogs were a thing, to create the softwares that we needed to collaborate, to create the cultures and art worlds that we wanted to create, kind of like alongside other more staid or controlling or less politically oriented kind of cultural infrastructures. This had been incredibly exciting, but by the mid-noughties we see the emergence of, and the mainstreaming actually of what we now call the social web. So Facebook, Google search, and then a whole bunch of others. And this kind of represented a centralizing of the web, and a centering of a kind of re-centralizing and accrual of accumulation of power and resources to a very few profit-oriented organizations. And it felt like free and open public space to most people, but it was really designed for profit and turned all of us and our interactions into the product. And people who'd been kind of alert to what was happening were saying this, but people couldn't really feel it. And it still is a bit of a shock to realise just how poorly defended we all were against the effect of what followed. Okay, so that's kind of like really thinking about how we were working together with creative communities of practice online. And here we're going to move now to, in 2011, we moved to a converted public toilet in the middle of a Victorian park in London called Finsbury Park. And on the left, we see the pavilion. This is Nathaniel Stern's hoardings on the outside of the gallery. And on the right, we're looking out into the park where people are interacting with I think it was a performance called Gummy Arms by Steve Unanan. I can't pronounce his name. And curated by Danny Admis and Cecilia Wee. And the Gummy Arms are a way for people to feel the effect of the invisible hand of the market. So these kind of like fun, silly projects that enabled us to talk about whoever came into our gallery about the invisible effects and actions that were happening in the internet, were happening to money, were happening to power, to democracy, to our privacy, all of these kinds of things. And so this is a park in North London. We'd negotiated a 3-month free use of this public space with the council. And then we stayed there for about 15 years with them continually saying, oh yes, but soon we're going to come with a license. But we knew that what we were doing was useful because we were animating public space. 200 different languages spoken in this park. It's a very kind of typical London, super diverse, different ethnicities, people from different backgrounds, lots of fast-flowing migrant populations using this park. The other thing, this is a slide probably that we made about 5 years ago, and I wanted to use this slide very particularly because it also shows an organisation that is now actually an organisation that has a kind of, like it's branded. We really know what we're about now. It's art technology for eco-social change. We've now kind of accrued these partnerships, and really over the last 15 or so years, we've put on somewhere between 70 shows in this exhibitions in this space and elsewhere. We've worked in partnership with people kind of like from grassroots organisations across Europe, but also places like the Goethe Institute and the Serpentine have been very important partners that have allowed us to kind of like reach into different kinds of cultures, and that's been really useful. I do want to say, just like coming to eco-social change, so this means systemic change to produce futures of greater fairness and respect. So by linking the eco and the social, we recognise that there is no ecological without social because of the disproportionate impact of some humans, while there is no social without ecological, given our material dependence on healthy living ecologies. So all of our practice now is about this relationship and about collaborative artistic practices produced with nature and humans to explore better ways of making and being together in the world. This is from the World Wide Web exhibition that we did in 2012. The image is from Borders by Mary Flanagan. And this exhibition was like, probably from about 2009, we'd really started digging into this kind of, the unruly relationship between technical networks and webs of life and interdependencies across these systems, like economy, ecology, and power. And it was also a time when we were really starting to think about how to meet people where they were as they came into the gallery. So people from very different backgrounds, and working out how to talk about these quite abstract things and make them available to people and make them land for them so that it related to them and their lives. And in the 10 years that followed, this encounter with the different communities of the park led us to understand that The park communities themselves were holding really crucial knowledges that we needed to learn from, and we and our kind of creative compadres around the world. So we started to flip the model. So instead of funneling the kind of like the best of international critical media practice into this public art space, we started to think about what practices we could do to work with communities to actually shape the programs that we wanted to, that they would like to see, that would start to represent their priorities and their interests. And what we see here is the branding for the People's Park plinth. It's visually maximalist, I think you'll agree. And this project was kind of conceived with Charlotte Frost at the start of COVID, and our idea was that we would turn the gallery inside out and turn the whole park into a kind of commissioning platform. We commissioned people to make 3 digital proposals, and then used this experimental blockchain collective cultural decision-making app that we created called Culture Stake, to have people share their feelings about it. So we were using a form called quadratic voting, which allows you to work, it allowed us to work more with people's feelings about the choices and why things mattered to them. So this became a whole kind of like, we were thinking about what tools and methods we could use for having the people of the park shape the work that we would then commission, and how we would distribute resources and talk about it. And this here is Bones Tan-Jones, whose work was selected by the people of the park, and she created this work called Based on a Tree Story, and she created a tree sprite that you could call by pointing at this visual marker, and then dance with as it told you about the history of its tree and its life in the park. And she worked with the local park rangers, and this was the one that people voted for. Okay. We're going to shift modes. So I'm going to ask you to close your eyes again. Take another deep breath. And remember a strong memory you have of an encounter with creatures, plants, natural landscapes, or weather systems. Remember a single encounter. What happened? What did it mean to you? Now ask yourself, how has that species or system been affected by Earth crisis? How is it responding to warming, disruption of climate patterns, pollution, or extraction? Okay, thank you. Now, what I'd like to do is read you a short passage from an essay I wrote for Balton Labs last year. Balton Labs are in the Netherlands. And to help summarise where we've got to and the kind of stuff that it's led us to think about and has informed what I'm going to talk about in the last part of this talk. In her book, Mutualism, Building the Next Economy from the Ground Up, Sarah Horowitz defines mutualism as an economic and social model centred around cooperation, mutual aid, and collective support, rather than competition and individualism. Mutualism emphasises the importance of people working together to meet each other's needs, often through cooperatives, unions, and community-based organisations. According to the socio-economic principles set out by Horowitz, a consciously mutualist approach to the development of decentralised technologies would prioritise the long-term benefits of self-determining communities over profits. The economic mechanism for their development and maintenance would function transparently and sustainably, with leadership and capital infrastructures that served future generations. Since the inception of the web, there's been a persistent interest in the kind of cooperation and community self-determination proposed by Horowitz, this time through decentralized technologies, from social media to software, music, movie distribution, and data storage. However, mutualistic goals are fundamentally at odds with today's centralized platforms, whose owners answer to shareholders in private rather than to citizens in public. And so they are incentivized to manipulate, monetize, and exploit users' interactions, attitudes, and behaviors for their own commercial and political interests. As we saw with the acquisition of Twitter by Elon Musk, both the fora for public debate and the co-created cultural heritage of millions is shockingly vulnerable to shifts in the ownership of narrative infrastructures. And because of the poorly regulated development of social technologies and the priority given to protecting profit, which is enshrined in corporate law on a planetary scale, web tech moguls led the super PAC for Trump's presidential campaign, thanks to the prodigious financial gains they have amassed. And we know what followed from that. Since blockchain arose, the technical potential for decentralization has extended into money itself in the form of cryptocurrencies and for governance in the form of decentralized autonomous organizations, or DAOs. Yet, too often, decentralizing computing has been equated with decentralized power, thus ignoring crucial questions of who can access resources for development and who gets to build these tools, and so their mutualist potential is lost. Computation is accelerating in patterns and loops, funneling more wealth to billionaires, while drastically changing social relations, the climate, knowledge, labour, justice, how democracy works, and our sense of what is possible. How can people reclaim their techno-social contexts? Decentralised narrating, or the co-creation and ownership of shared narratives, is key. It's impossible to imagine how equitable mutualist socio-economic principles could be implemented in decentralised digital infrastructure while we position ourselves as individuals with only competing stories. The stories we tell and the ways we narrate them have the power to activate individuals and move whole populations. They shape our histories and, through ideas of what is possible, our futures. Compelling narratives matter, especially when shared narratives mobilise action, and we see their power in a spectrum of emerging narratives. At one end, for example, we see how grievance-fuelled popular movements, such as those that led to Brexit in the UK and the election of Trump as president in the US, feed on accounts of self-reliant individuals being financially penalised and socially censured by remote elites. However, at the other end of the spectrum, efforts to build new, more just eco-social imaginaries proliferate. Activists, researchers, policymakers and cultural workers are forming unlikely alliances to organise and act in fast-changing contexts for pluralistic, mutual, human and more than human interests. And I want to say that we have all these tools now for making these new narratives, tools and ways. So Jay Springer is defining a new discipline of world running. And these are like clusters of narrative building practices, settings and technologies that enable us all to run and test alternate worlds. And crucially, as with many sci-fi and fantasy stories, these allow us also to think about what technology can do. Cultural narratives of technology shape what worlds we can build and who can build them. So I'm going to finish with our latest shift in practice. This is a moment from the Treaty of Finsbury Park, a 5-year event series based on a concept developed by myself and Kate DM at the New Design Congress, and co-created with park communities and a whole team of artists and producers. So what we see here is a small group in a small woodland clearing in masks. The masks are of stag beetles, squirrels, the grass, bees, and they're standing around and they're listening and they're just hanging out together. And this image really represents a shift in attention for Furtherfield to places and the people and communities. So this is now human and more than human communities that live there. And it's our feeling that so much harm has been enabled by focusing on the abstract benefits of so-called digital innovation and efficiencies and accelerating global technologies that we've forgotten to notice that our planet is dying under our feet. So we made this piece of work. We conceived of it following the report from the IPBES that talked about millions of species going extinct because of human action. And as part of that, and since then, we've learned more about the kind of like the English context and our relationship to nature. There was like a really shocking report out just a couple of weeks ago that shows that the UK in the broadest sense has the poorest nature connection of any nation in the EU, and that means that has massive well-being consequences for the well-being of humans and biodiversity, and it also reflects a focus on personal material accumulation. So these things are now kind of understood and mapped, and we're doing the worst in the UK. It's also very high levels of nature depletion and biodiversity collapse. So I'm going to finish just by talking a little bit about how this worked. So now I'm really embarrassing myself by talking about live action role play in a Nordic country, but here we are. So LARP is a form of game where participants play characters who interact to pursue goals within a fictional setting. And we're really focusing now on building multi-species live action role plays, or LARPs. We're creating kind of like consciously creating images to make better narrative futures possible. This is by Sajan Rai. And in the Treaty of Finsbury Park, the scenario is that all the flora and fauna have risen up to demand equal rights with humans, and a treaty will be signed. It's been decided, a treaty will be signed. But before that can happen, we have to understand each other's cultures. And a fictional device called the sentient style allows us all to communicate and understand each other. This image was made by Kate DM. And we worked with mentor species, so everyone played a character of a creature. The creatures were chosen working with biodiversity and habitat experts. And we worked then to devise a bunch of immersive techniques to help people connect with the experience and lives of these different creatures and experience them and dwell in these experiences, in these bodily experiences in the park for 4 or 5 hours at a time. Okay, I seem to have got my slides in a... Oh, here we go. The idea was to steer people away from anthropomorphization to a kind of condition of other speciesization. And in the 5-year series, we played the Assemblies Games, in which we devised the activities for an interspecies festival of Finsbury Park. And This was how we understood each other's talents, needs and experiences. We got to understand each other, we got to play with each other, and this led to a treaty signing. We had face filters made, so the early part of this was made during COVID, and we wanted deep immersion, so we were in Zoom wearing face filters made by a company called Populay Art. I'm going to play you a 20-second clip. Now, what we're looking at here isn't an animation, it's a clip of live play.
Now, I'm so curious to hear from all of you. Who are you, and who do you represent? And what is your greatest talent?
I think my biggest talent is hurling other beetles into the air, but that's less appreciated by other species. It's just the female stag beetles who really like to see that, I believe, at least. And also I think what's appreciated is also just my fierce appearance.
Okay, so you can see there's a real charm to this, like people like really immerse. And what I'd like to do actually is I'm going to just skip forward now because I want to make sure I've left enough time for conversation and discussion. But these are images from the festival. We had hundreds of people come and play for 4 or 5 hour periods. They took part in a multi-sensory mystery tours led by trees, squirrels and dogs. There was a festival of poo where one creature's excretion are ingredients for another's feast. There was the interspecies daycare and spa. And we kind of were working at as many different layered expressive outputs as we could make. So this is a screenshot from the Interspecies Festival docufiction by Tracy Kiriangu, which is kind of produced to convey multi-species perspectives of the festival events. And it culminated in this treaty that was accessed via a pledging app. And we see a range of political pledges, pledges to make a small daily action, so like kind of a more intimate practice pledge, and then some other things that are actually more about people kind of like carrying on their own forms of experimental, kind of like intimate cultural activities with different creatures. So really to wrap up, last November, Furtherfield moved from our little hut in the middle of an urban green space to a port town on the east coast of England, in a place called Felixstowe on the Suffolk East Coast. This kind of like really represents a big shift from us, and it represents an understanding that what we want to be doing is to be connecting with communities in place and making methods to understand what their needs and aspirations are for the futures of the places that they care about. We're in a port town. It's actually England's most busy port. So it means that we still have this kind of connection to a global economy that has a huge impact on the locality. But we're bringing this, so we are now offering a biannual multi-species LARP to the people of Felixstowe, created with the people of Felixstowe. And we've learned from them that the things that really matter to them are creating opportunities for young people to thrive and contribute to the future of the town. As the people most likely to be affected by the really drastic coming climate changes, they are the people who have the most at stake, and they need to be given more opportunity to have agency in that situation, and also a real need to connect generations. So I just want to return us to this my first question. I think I've realised in discussion with people here that Finland's probably about, or let's put it this way, I think the UK is possibly 10 or 15 years ahead on the rollout of austerity policies. We don't have free education. There are no places for young people to gather, meet and exchange. Like, they are all paid places. This is huge. And the access to good housing, healthcare development, these are all things that now strongly impinge on young people's abilities to make the kinds of adventures that I have been able to make with other people. And I'm kind of curious to hear from everyone about what you think will enable young people to help shape a better world for themselves in solidarity with all beings. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Ruth. I just say quickly that you have about 25 minutes, and then including a couple of questions from the audience. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming today. Thank you to Ruth for your talk, to called for the invitation to respond. And I'm thankful that we have met again now, second time, but we have had several exchanges online over the years. And in fact, Furtherfield has been inspiration for me maybe since 2011. So when you moved to Finsbury Park, I started to know about your operations, and then at the same time, do it yourself, do it with others has been an inspiration in my own organizing work and facilitating work. So it's really nice to be able to have this exchange. And of course, it's great that you end at this new location that you're at, and the engagements that you have in this new place where you're based. When I think about Minna Tarkka's role in at least the last decade in Maunala, in this community-oriented place, place-based working and organizing and curating, it was also very much connected to mapping. And when I think about it, actually, when you started Furtherfield in the mid-90s, I became familiar with an English initiative called Common Ground, who've done a lot of place-based mapping. And in that context, it was material, it was fabric-based, making maps of a local community and putting in the things that people appreciate about their locality into a common map. I'm sure you're familiar with this organization. So like in the spirit of loving places and knowing places, I wonder if you can tell something personal about this Felixstowe area, or what you like about particular aspects of that place. So can you reveal something for us?
Yeah, that's a lovely question. So I moved to Felixstowe with Mark about 4 years ago. Maybe, 4.5 years ago. And I think one of the reasons we chose it was because it was really close to Europe, and we were still smarting about Brexit. So you can get a ferry across from Harwich, which is just over the water. You can do an overnight trip to Holland and then to Europe, and we're doing as little flying as we can, so that felt very attractive. But since I got there, in order to really start to rebuild our community of friends, I joined the rowing club. So I now row on the sea and the rivers every weekend. And from that, I also joined a little folk pop band where I play my violin. So you can get a sense that this is a really kind of now life is much nicer as a result of those things, yeah.
Thank you. I mean, it's nice to hear these personal things, and it helps familiarize ourselves, or minds ourselves, that we all make meaning out of where we live, and it's an important and critical thing to do, I think, nowadays, especially when we are spending so much time in networks and screens, etc.
We have bodies.
Yes, indeed.
Bodies have needs.
Indeed.
Yeah.
My next sort of inquiry is on the FLOSS context, free Libra, open source software, hardware, and then also the open knowledge scene, which is emerging out of that. And when you think about this sort of knowing a place and its heritage, traditionally the places where you might know about things is through resources like libraries, right? Libraries are maybe even these distributed, decentralized organizations, but they're under threat. So what do you think is important for a sort of heritage future, a consideration that sort of knowledge is passed on to future generations? What infrastructures do we have?
Well, I'm quite aware of the things we don't have, which isn't such a great answer. I mean, so interestingly, in Felixstowe, we have the Felixstowe History Society, which is organised brilliantly by a society of people, I think none of whom is younger than 70. And they are holding an amazing archive of materials about the town's history. And there isn't a plan, as far as I know, to kind of like actually reach out and work out how this gets to continue. And I think that's one example, but like it probably exists across very, very many cultural and historic local archives especially. We have a friend called Josh Hall who runs an organisation called Possible Worlds up in Great Yarmouth, which is just up the coast. And he's working on local server, community server infrastructure and software for archiving local community culture. This feels like a brilliant move to me. And at Furtherfield, we kind of come in and out of kind of like giving in to using the huge cloud-based services and then really regretting it. And we're currently in the regretting phase at the moment and trying to work out what we can do to continue to kind of like hold on to our, like take kind of like control and management of our own data. Luckily, because we worked with free and open source software since the early 90s, we've been able to migrate our data each time. So we have a server that has moved through an early bespoke system, through Drupal, through WordPress. So we have, because we've worked with free and open source software, it means that we actually have a kind of archive that even some of the really large institutions don't seem to have. But the cost of actually archiving that in a way that any professional archivist would recognize as being an archive is kind of like really prohibitive. So it's a problem. Really, I should have asked you that question.
Well, I mean, some of you know that I'm involved with At.when here in Helsinki, in Finland, and part of this initiative is, of course, to try and connect the type of knowledge and practices that your organization has been involved with for decades with larger memory institutions, but also local libraries, so that those skill sets and those mentalities, let's say, around floss and open knowledge and open data is sort of localized. And there's ways to try and bridge the gap between the artistic activist practices of 90s onwards with those institutions which actually have a much longer history. And that's maybe where the heritage futures may lie, in trying to make those bridges and help and facilitate that type of exchange. Okay, I've got another line of inquiry which relates to the role playing, like role playing life and death, right? And what you showed is more the life part and the cooperative parts. And when you mention about mutualist thrivings, then this mutual exchange in ecosystem webs of energy exchange is, of course, not just about living together, but also dying together. And it's probably much more difficult to role-play death than it is to role-play life in a park. So I wonder if in your exchanges and community work, whether that's been a topic that's came up, and how do you handle it?
It comes up all the time, of course, because so the things that come up are different temporalities. So if you're playing a tree, you might be living for 300 years and you've seen all kinds of things. If you're playing a stag beetle, you really hate the dogs because they keep coming and snuffling up your larvae. So you end up immediately in these conversations about who eats who gets to eat who, and how we all feel about that and how we want to negotiate it. And so the thing I love about live action role play as a model is that you're playing a character, and most people play with great sincerity and really try to play the character true, but at the same time you're aware of a kind of meta-narrative about yourself as a human and how you feel about those things. So it actually provides a space in which we can look at those things. And sometimes people, like, debrief is a really important part of LARPing, and we often end up with quite extended conversations about the bits that were really uncomfortable and why, and whether some people have real difficulty when we start talking about the death of young ones or invasive species, or, there's all kinds of actually really quite troublesome politics in the language of the way we often talk about different species and habitats. And you get at all of that with all different kinds of people in a room together.
I mean, it's difficult to talk about the consumption of others.
Yeah.
That you share the same habitat in.
Yeah.
In a way which is respectful.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, I've seen a lot of people playing plants and grass, and they exhibit a kind of like a sense of service. That's generally how I've seen it played. It's like we exist partly in order to feed and supply. So there's a kind of, people are quite imaginative in the different forms of generosity that they access when they're playing different kinds of creatures.
I mean, that's fascinating. And I should say also that we don't have a lot of time for chat. So if someone has something burning they want to say, there is a mic that can rove around in the audience.
Burning questions?
My thoughts.
Oh, there's also one.
Hi, Ruth. My name's Andy Best. I did actually meet you and Mark in the 90s sometime in your original Furtherfield.
Wow.
You probably don't remember, but we visited you there. Anyway, you brought up this fact about the corporations, like by law, having to make a profit. And that's something I've been thinking about recently myself. And I was wondering if you can think, or if you know of any movements or strategies to try to change that, because it seems like totally crazy in this era, and that they should be, instead of making a profit, should be, I don't know, making the better good for society or something idealistic like that.
I mean, yeah, thanks. That's a really great question. It's one of the reasons I really like Sarah Horowitz's book on mutualism, because the way we constitute our organizations or our businesses is really important, and it makes a huge difference. So probably these profit-making international organizations, it's a toxic, world-destroying model that probably needs to be phased out. I don't know how we do that. But what we are seeing is that we're seeing the law, this is a legal structure, right? So what we're seeing is the law fighting back, and there's quite a lot of controversy around kind of whether this is a right route to go, but through things like rights of nature, putting nature on the board, so to put a kind of another imperative, either to block or to temper this kind of single world-consuming mission.
Hello, it's Helen Kaplinsky here. I don't know if you knew I was in England. Yeah, thank you both for your contributions so far. I wanted to make a comment stroke ask a question. So Ruth, you gave us, you covered a lot of time. You gave us quite a broad history, and one of the things that you mentioned was the optimism and the opportunities that you had in the 90s and doing it with others in a way as, again, about opportunities, and it has a sense of optimism to it. And the question that you started with and gave us at the end, again, is about young people and providing opportunities for them, which I really appreciated as a question. And I was, it kind of got me thinking in relation to what Andrew was saying about cultural memory and how we think about this, because although I appreciated your presentation, I did feel like what was missing, perhaps you did mention that, what perhaps you didn't take note of is that the earth was being crushed under your feet as you were using these new technologies, but to maybe become more granular about these things and to think about the mistakes that have been made, the failures. And I started thinking about a kind of book of mistakes or how we don't just provide this this narrative of mutualism and doing it with others in a smooth way, but we really focus more on the tensions, a little bit in the way that Andrew was saying, it's easy to talk about life, but what about death? And there are many political tensions, but there are also mistakes that we all make all the time. So rather than young people who we're working with making the same mistakes of maybe perhaps being techno-fetishistic or whatever they are, however we want to put a finer point on it, that we share those personal experiences of failure.
I'm up for it. I could list many of them, and I think the kind of primary one that I kind of like, I'm so full of regret about, was not understanding that this idea that creating a one world system, like a web to serve them all, would have such a terrible, crushing effect on different cultures of people in different places with different value and different knowledge systems. And it was such a kind of colonial impulse that thought it was generous. And it kind of like really just kind of blew open and like really contributed to kind of smashing down the defenses of people in place from around the world. But it's a very fair point. I'm totally up for it. That's the really major one at the top of my head right now. But there are so many actually. Do you have?
Is there another comment from up there?
Yes, one question. I think we have one question and then answer, and then if you, Andrew, want something.
I have one more point
Yeah.
also.
Hello, Ruth, Andrew, Tapio Mäkelä here. Furtherfield has been amazing history of great projects and also kind of providing narratives that inspire, me included. And also having experienced some of the moments in Backspace in London, the punk ethic had great influence on me. I was wondering a little bit about this park as the context, because if one would agree with Steve Kurtz, who was recently here, he talks about park rules as rules of life and death. In a way, park is also, how would I say, a bit like what Meta offers. It's a framework which provides a portion of nature to urban dwellers. So the kind of wilding or the wilderness is somewhere out there, but it is the urban lab. So in a way I thought backspace as a metaphor, exploring new technology. So perhaps you're now working with an urban lab of ecology as it is taking shape in a park. But do you also kind of reflect critically on the limits, so to speak, of what a park is as an ecology?
Yeah, it's very hard to convey all the conversations that sprang out of 5 years' work in the park. There were so many antagonisms, and like the park, I don't know if this is also happening here, but in England, public parks are intermittently fenced off for private use by festivals, corporate festivals, that destroy the biodiversity habitats and stop the rest of the human populations from using them in order to pay for their own existence. So it's kind of like the sentence makes some sense, like parks need to be paid for, this is how they're going to be paid for. But the people that need those parks are often people who don't have access to any other green space, and it's often at high summer that these parks are made unavailable. So that's just one example, and those kinds of the narratives of contention and political problems then get played out in all of the kind of role plays that we play, and also then re-spun out in media and in some of the written pieces that we've done. So we're trying to, it's extremely generative of critique, political and social critique as a process, this role play. The trouble is like actually re-sharing it out and kind of like just the work involved in doing that well.
Thanks for the comments from the audience. It's really good to get different perspectives on this, because there's a lot of material you share with us. When we had our online call a few weeks ago, we both agreed in the end that one of the critical points of your work now is deciding that where you're going to do your work and how you're going to do your work is, as we said, in for the long haul, right? This idea that it's a long-term engagement that you're going to do in Felixstowe. And this is in contrast maybe to many of our online and networked experiences, which are promoting our attention, but with a strong sense of presentism, let's say, a constant renewing of the now, and not committing to decide that you're going to be involved for a long time. And how that is a critical position to take nowadays, to say that you're going to do this for a long time.
Yeah.
So can you say something about this? Because I know this is important to you.
Thank you. It's a really good, very generative question. So, yeah, I think it's the decontextualization of life online, really, like, to come back to Helen's point, it just hides a multitude of sins. You can move on, you can put your question here and it isn't heard here. You can hide from these guys by doing it, you know, like this, the kind of like, you can play the online system. Corporations do it all the time. They'll tell you about all the wonderful things they're doing over here while doing terrible things over here. And so part of our decision to move to Felixstowe, it's a place where we live, it has a population of 24,000 people. We want to know that the people that we're living with and surrounded by will hold us accountable with the work that we do, and we know that there's going to be times when it's really tough, because it's tough everywhere. And it's a very different, like we have the values are very different to what we're used to in London. It's a lot less culturally diverse. The economy is really supported by the port, which creates a whole kind of set of attitudes. And this is the materials that we're going to be working with. And it's very different, and it's going to be fascinating to see what comes up. But I'm now in my late 50s, and it's probably where we're going to live and die, you know. And I'm thinking about the fact that we all have bodies that age and that can't go on forever, and we've moved here and are thinking about how to build networks where we can care for each other, you know, like, and we're always trying to persuade people who we like to come and live there with us as well.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you, Ruth and Andrew. Now we're going to have a couple of minutes break just to switch for Harold's presentation.
If you do absolutely nothing, AI might take your job.
let's continue. Thanks for coming back. Let's continue with the Hejazi's lecture performance. Just try to switch here so I can be visible with the stream at the screen too. So I'll just briefly introduce you, and then after Harald's talk, we will try to get Marleena to talk with you. Hopefully it works out. So Harald Hejazi is a Canadian artist and game designer based in Helsinki with a background in art education, theatre and game development. He explores forms of public involvement in arts, blending live performance, interactive storytelling and game mechanics. Harald creates playful participatory experiences that challenge institutional and social norms using museums, public spaces and digital environments and theatrical stages. He engages dynamic and improvisational encounters, and I'm thinking we're gonna experience some of this now also during this one. Thank you, Harald, for being here.
Thank you. All right, let's start off with a little bit of programming. Where's my screen? Oh, yes. All right, so how would you like to play this lecture? Yeah, turn that down a bit. Yeah, that's probably good. How would you like to play this lecture with Harald Hejazi? Take it slow or go hard? Maybe the beat can come up just a little bit. Yeah, that's good. Take it slow or easy or go hard? You gotta yell it out. I'm waiting for... Go easy? Go easy. I think we're gonna go easy based on that first control, first command I meant. Yeah, okay, so what tone should the lecture take? More academic or more casual? Casual. All right, Andrew. We'll go casual for you. All right, and participation level, light interaction, full participation? Light, full, okay, full participation. Sounds good. All right. Laughter is a really powerful tool. It can cut through fear, anger, and division, revealing shared understanding and shared truth. It helps us find common ground. It's an important tool in my work because laughter makes it easy to approach difficult subject matter. I'd even go so far as to say that laughter helps us enter worlds and new realities together. But hopefully we'll get to experience that a bit later. So since 2020, I've been doing these video game performances where the game is projected on a theater stage and it's presented like a live gaming video with a picture-in-picture of the performer playing the game live on stage, but behind the screen. And in the game, Harri, my avatar, is trying very, very hard to integrate into virtual Finland. And one of his survival strategies is applying for arts grants. So let's take a look at how Harri navigates the art grant system. Type the artist grant, 23,269, man, that's a shitload. You know how many fucking Marimekos I'm buy with that? Woo! In that, oh no, I got stuck. Okay, I'm out, oh phew, that was a close call here. All right, Nilo grant, Nilo Satyo. I'm gonna try to cop that one. Get up on there, bang, caught that one there. What's that, gotta get up there for that, that Usama grant, that Finnish Cultural Foundation, that's a tough one. Shoot, how do we get up there? We're gonna jump up here, gonna get that grant, gonna smash that grant, gonna hit that grant shit. Man, I'm kinda nervous, you know, I'm trying to get all these grants. Get up. Oh shit! Man, it's a struggle, you know, trying to get these grants, you know, put in all this time, trying to apply, jumping all these hurdles. Usma grant, let's get it. Oh! Bam! Apply for that, submitted it. Still haven't got that Finnish Cultural Foundation grant. So if anyone knows any cheat codes for that one, I'd really appreciate hearing them. So who here has applied for an arts grant before? Yeah, lots of people. Who here has ever been denied or rejected? Okay, yeah, more people have been denied than yet. So yes, things don't go very well for Harri either. And this is an experience that we all share. We are united by this rejection. So when we laugh together, it breaks down barriers and it strengthens the bonds between individuals. In this Harri project, I'm trying to reprogram the theater stage as a participatory civic space. I approach the audience as a multiplayer collective, where levels of the game mirror real-world social issues and obstacles to integration, and the audience needs to navigate these social issues together. For example, I might have them make decisions which affect different outcomes, or place a controller on stage and have them play out the real social issues for themselves. So who here has ever applied for a Finnish residence permit before? Yeah, a couple of you have, but not so many. Well, here's your chance today. Cue the spotlight. Anyone dare pick up this controller right now and try their hand at applying for a Finnish residence permit? Ruth looks a little interested. Oh, awesome. Go ahead, whenever you're ready. Yeah. You can pick it up and hold it in your hand there. Yeah.
Hello, Harri. Please make application for degree residence permit extension.
So you can press any key.
Welcome to enter Finland e-services. How long do you intend to stay in Finland? Please make selection by proceeding to the designated platform. You must follow the Finnish laws and regulations. Please select the duration of your residence in Finland. For how many years would you like to apply for residence?
You get 2 more chances in the Finnish immigration service structure, so you can hit any
Welcome
key.
to enter Finland e-services. How long do you intend to stay in Finland? Please make selection by proceeding to the designated platform. You must follow the
Yes, you're doing
Finnish
great.
laws and regulations.
Mingri would be proud.
Please select the duration of your residence in Finland. For how many years would you like to apply for residence permit extension? Please proceed to the designated platform. Your residence permit will soon expire. You must apply, otherwise you may face adequate health insurance. You must provide adequate health insurance as part of your extended permit application. Your insurance must be valid throughout your entire stay in Finland. Please provide health insurance documents. The applicant must provide health insurance for the entire duration of your intended stay.
Ooh. Okay, good job. You're doing great. I think you have one more shot. We need your help. We need your help. Let's cheer Ruth on a little bit. Like, woo, you got this. I think if you stay lower and just kind of stick on the 1-year track, they usually like that. So,
Proceeding to the designated platform. You You must follow the Finnish laws and
A
regulations.
2-year residence permit would be ideal, but at this point we don't have very many
Please
chances.
select
So
the duration of
probably
your
yes,
residence in Finland. For how many years would you like to
staying low
apply
and
for
just trying to
residence
glide through
permit
undetected would be a good
extension?
approach.
Please proceed to the designated platform. Your residence permit will soon expire. Adequate health insurance. You must provide adequate health insurance as part of your extended permit application. Your insurance must be valid throughout your entire stay in Finland. Please provide help. Lämpimästi tervetuloa.
Okay, let's give Ruth a round of applause. Really great effort. I know it's not an easy application system designed to make things very challenging, and I think you demonstrated that quite well. So my intention here is when you play the Migri platformer, you don't just observe it. You embody the system. You feel its frictions and randomness. You internalize the absurdity and stress of the process. And the frustration shifts the experience to an awareness of how systems shape lives. If in the game you fall through the cracks, you die. And this mirrors the reality for many foreigners in Finland where if they fail at the game in real life, their life in Finland will come to an end in that they have to leave. This past October, the laws for citizenship were changed and the Migri game became suddenly even more challenging. And this January, the requirements for permanent residence are set to get more challenging as well. So I'm starting to think that my platformer game is actually too easy, and it needs an update to be made even more challenging. And as you all saw, it's already really fucking challenging. So under the new laws, if you collect social assistance or unemployment benefits for more than 3 months in the 2 years before applying, you lose your eligibility for Finnish citizenship. So the system is being programmed to make sure that more people fall through the cracks. And here's the thing, if the new Migri laws don't affect you, then you're probably not talking about it. So perhaps we need a game so that we can make space to be able to talk about it. You can read about it on the news, but when you play it, when you feel it in your own body, you understand it differently. So next, let's talk about reprogramming public space. And I'm talking about the outdoor spaces that we move through every day, the streets, the squares, and the parks. In 2023, I tried something in public space. I projected the Migri platformer directly on the offices of the Finnish Immigration Service here in Helsinki as a part of the Festival of Untimely Art. My intention was to transform a site of bureaucracy into a site of public play and protest. The building's meaning was temporarily reprogrammed from a symbol of authority and exclusion to a shared civic stage. Instead of citizens being processed by the system, they're acting upon it and exposing its logic and absurdity. Instead of just reading about Migri on the news, they're playing with it and pushing back through play. Maybe people won't protest, but maybe they'll play a game. And this reminds us how we can use public space differently. But does Migri platformer actually reprogram public space? Does it actually return us to the space between people? Well, yes, maybe, but in a limited way. There are a few core problems here. First of all, it's a one-player game, so not everyone will get to play. Many will just stand back watching, not actually being activated into the conversation and reflection. Not everyone here played today, but by show of thumbs, who still felt the stress of the Migri application? No stress? A little bit of stress? A lot of stress. Yeah, everyone's really stressed out. Yeah, full stress. Yeah, exactly. But a fundamental issue is that not everyone is willing to pick up a controller and do that rapid button mashing. So projecting games on buildings is fun, but there's a bigger question behind all of this. How do we actually practice community? My works try to create situations where we can actually practice our humanity together and practice community. In these works, what happens on the screen or the technology behind it doesn't really matter. What matters is what happens between the audience members in that space between people. The key is giving people a reason to be present with each other, and the way I do that is through the way I set up interactions in my projects. We get enough talking to computers these days, right? And the only way to preserve our humanity, I believe, is through talking to each other, connecting and holding on to each other. This image is from a 2018 piece of mine called Conversational Karaoke, which we created in the Palestinian West Bank. In the game, residents of the Al Arub refugee camp improvise stories over muted videos of people from their community in conversation. Though this particular community was already much stronger than any community I've ever experienced before, so I don't think they needed to practice community in the way that I'm talking about today. If anything, they gave me the chance to practice community. While we were playing that night, Israeli soldiers started firing tear gas in our direction for no reason. Just us and some kids playing. The only reason was to intimidate us. But the group still held steady, and they chose to keep playing and keep laughing together. But here is a space that might need a little help with community. Yeah, this is one that could benefit from practicing a bit of community. I believe museums can be civic arenas, places where people meet across difference, play together, and imagine new ways of being together. And one of my attempts at this was a project called At.when, which launched in January 2024. At.when game was a multiplayer party-style mobile game that you could only play in the museum. It had a set of mini-games made specifically for the A Question of Time exhibition. Participants could walk up to a tablet in the museum and choose a game. They're choosing the game right now. Scan a QR code with their phone to join the game. Create a username, and then they were able to play with other visitors using their phones. So your phone became your game controller, and you played together right there in the gallery. One of the games in the series was called Make a Statement, and it was a 3 to 8 player creative writing game that invited you to look at an artwork from today's perspective and come up with a new interpretation. You were shown an artwork from the exhibition and given a prompt like, write a caption for the subject's thoughts. Then everyone typed their response on their phone, and all the statements then appeared on the main screen, and players rated each other's writing using their phones. The funniest or the most profound statements won the most hearts. And after 3 prompts, the player with the most hearts won the game. Won the game, yeah. A little ahead of myself there. So the idea behind the At.when game series was to open up the stories being told in the museum and who gets to tell them. You know, to have people's perspectives reflected there in the gallery space. To play these games, though, people had to talk to each other, and they had to organize themselves, and they had to negotiate with each other. In a way, they were practicing community. The social part was the whole point. It pushed against the usual quiet and careful and reserved behavior we're used to in museums. So the game was intended as a tool that would, loosen up that traditional social script. And like I mentioned before, what really matters is what happens between people, not the technology. Athenaeum Game was a brand new initiative for the museum, something the museum had never done before, bringing multiplayer party games into a hyper-traditional space. That alone was a serious act of reprogramming, right? Right? Yeah, okay. But it also came with challenges. And for one, visitors were not playing it as much as we'd hoped. It had around 10,000 players over a 1.5-year run, but that's not a lot compared to the many, many thousands of visitors that they get each year. We realized that using a phone in a museum is not actually something that people want to do. The QR code became a hurdle. Some visitors hesitated, unsure if it would be too complicated or require software or installing something. And there was also the issue of the open gaming area in the gallery. People playing in front of others can feel exposing, and they might worry about making mistakes where others can see them. That kind of a thing. This wasn't my first time trying to reprogram a museum space. Back in 2022, I co-curated Peli Poikilo, a game art exhibition at Kouvola Art Museum featuring 27 playable games. So the entire gallery was reprogrammed as playable, like a buzzing arcade. But many people just walked through the exhibition, just glancing at the games, almost as if they were objects on display. And many of the games were intended as these one-player individual experiences. So Peli Poikilo showed me that not all games bring people together in the way that I would have hoped. And the reality is not everyone is a gamer, and I acknowledge that. But I often hear that Finnish people do not enjoy social interaction with strangers and that they're scared of awkward participation, but I believe the opposite. People enjoy connection and they love to play, but they need rules and a clear frame that makes participation feel safe. This is where multiplayer game design becomes useful. Games can give people a simple way to enter a shared moment. If we want games to bring us together, we need different kinds of games. So this leads us into the next part, games as civic rehearsal. This is about using games almost like a kind of theater, where people act out social or political situations together. In these games, people take part in a shared performance, rehearsing real social dynamics and scenarios. So, for example, by show of hands, who here has had an open conversation with someone about their experience of racism or exclusion in Finland? By show of hands. Oh, okay. Well, quite a few. It is obviously a very difficult conversation to have. So let's step into the Harri Harri universe and try it out. So we're here in Pasila, virtual Pasila, as you can tell by the nice architecture. And we're just gonna talk to someone, have an open conversation with them, and you're gonna help me guide this conversation. So I'm gonna need your help to navigate having this open discussion.
Moikka.
So I need you to help me select A or B so that we know what to say. A or B? A. How are you doing today?
I'm doing all right. Thank you.
Yeah. Have you had trouble with migri?
Well, I was born in Finland, and I'm a Finnish citizen. I didn't even know what that was. I've never had to face that. Yeah, because I've always just been put into a Finnish daycare, Finnish schools, and then I just had my Finnish passport when I was born, like as long as I can remember. So in that way, I am, in a bureaucratical way, I'm kind of raised like a Finnish child.
Orbe. Andrew, was it easy growing up as Finnish?
I was always looked at differently, and I was always spoken English to at first, and I felt like I had more of a connection to the foreign kids. I felt like they didn't have this similar kind of prejudiced tension there, kind of, even though like they were just kids, but still you could sense like that they had already made up some kind of a opinion over you. And I was sometimes, when I was in 9th grade, there was this person who was Finnish born, and that's all I know about their background. But they, like, in the classroom, they called me a terrorist sometimes, because I don't know why, but like, well, I know why, but they kind of, I don't know, I felt like because of my ethnicity, I represent some kind of thing that is always connected to Middle Eastern people, for example. So that's something I've experienced a lot from a young age.
Do you feel Finnish?
Someone once told me their point of view on feeling Finnish, and they said that they feel like they are from Finnish culture, and that's something that really sunk in with me, and kind of like something I really felt. Now, I wouldn't say that I feel Finnish, but I feel that I'm very familiar with the Finnish culture since I've grown up with it, and I've always had like mostly Finnish people around me, but because I've never like completely fit in into Finnish culture or fit in as a Finnish person, that's why I don't really feel Finnish. Like, I always feel like, I don't know, I feel like to feel Finnish, people would need to perceive me as Finnish. So, because that hasn't really happened, it has like made my Finnish experience just different.
Have you had to present yourself in a certain way to be accepted as a Finn?
Well, very often Finns connect being Finnish to your ethnicity, and I've still had like Finnish friends and like Finns who are like, well, of course you're Finnish, like you've always lived here, you're born here, you know, you are Finnish. But then some people are like, excuse me, that is not what a Finnish person looks like, or like, where are you actually from, or like, yeah. I feel like I've had to do the extra work to appear more normally, so that I would be accepted just the way as the person next to me. So I feel like that's something that I've had like personally some pressure with. Because of how I've been treated, those things have already like kind of built an expectation for me of how other people perceive me. So that also kind of like narrows down my own idea of how I'm perceived, and it hurts the narrative both ways.
Thanks for sharing your story with me.
Hey, thank you for listening. I feel like it's super important just in terms of how people approach each other and talk about this matter, because many people have a strong sense of exclusion regarding ethnic backgrounds and being a foreign in Finland. So it really meant a lot that you are willing to listen and hear my story.
Yes, thank you for sharing your story with me too. Okay, goodbye. Hesburger, anyone? So thanks for helping me navigate that difficult conversation. So the idea is that the game becomes a kind of software for rehearsing how to talk about this difficult subject. And the civic part in the rehearsal is about practicing how we live alongside each other in society. Hopefully we all leave today feeling a bit more prepared to talk about this in the real world, maybe? So I see gaming as a speculative space. It's the construction of imaginative worlds, realms of possibility that allow us to explore ideas that might be difficult to face or even impossible to imagine in everyday life. In these moments, the audience steps into that speculative space and take part in building an imaginative world together. A good example of this worlding process is in my 2019 RPG, New Stories of Finnish Art, based on Atheneum's Stories of Finnish Art exhibition. It was played both as a tabletop role-playing game and as a role-playing tour through the gallery spaces. The game invites players to create characters based on Finnish Golden Age artists, bringing everyone into this shared imaginative frame, this alternate cultural reality. Through these characters, players reimagine and rewrite dominant narratives of Finnish art, considering diverse perspectives that were left out. Together, they create a temporary world where new versions of history can be explored. And through that process, players start to find new ways of relating to Finnish art history and new ways of seeing themselves inside those cultural narratives. So next, I'd love to bring you into the active construction of an imaginative world. But before I do that, I need to introduce you to a character from the Harri Harri universe, from virtual Finland, Harrikala, the ancient Harjuskala, the wise voice of the north, Harri Harri's spirit guide into Finnish culture. Let's check out the moment they first met on the Vantanjoki.
I came here for you, Harri.
For me? Why?
I want you to know the true Finnish natures. Listen to Vantanjoki. Sinä olet Harjusmies. Sinä olet Harri-mies. Minä olen Harrikala.
Wait, what's your name?
My name is Harri.
Your name is Harri. What does that mean? What does Harrikala mean?
I am you, Harri. If you don't know what is, check in it on Google.
So, should we bring Harrikala out live now? Should we bring the fish on stage? Yeah. Do you all want to meet Harrikala? Yeah. All right. So Harrikala is a very wise and supernatural fish, but also quite a cryptic fish. And so you can ask Harrikala anything you like, but the questions need to be short, clear, and in clear English. So you push this button to speak to Harrikala. So I can demo for you. So you come and you press this little button, and when you press the button, you speak. And when you finish speaking, you release your finger from the button, And you have to do that very precisely, otherwise Harikala will get super confused. So let's try it out.
Where are you?
Water.
Harikala is here with us. Great. Just gonna wait for him to come back so hear me better.
What are you doing?
I am just swimming and thinking.
What is your name?
I am Harry from the North.
Okay, so the stage is yours. Anyone's welcome to come and ask Harikala anything they like. You can ask anything about your future, the state of the environment, anything. This is your chance. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you just hold your finger down on that push while you're speaking.
Is climate change real?
Look into the eyes for deep time.
Truth, truth.
Will Trump win again?
Good question.
Trash fish is always safe option.
Trash fish is always safe option. So sometimes you really have to read between the lines. So Harikala is deep wisdom, but has a very strange fishy style of expressing. So
What do you eat for dinner?
Fish.
truth. How many minutes do we have for questioning? 5 minutes, okay. No, yeah. You hold that one down. Yep.
I have a flight back to New York City on the 4th. Will it get delayed by fascism or weather?
Sushi is bad.
Thank you, that was very clear. Any way you could be clearer?
Oh, I'm not bad.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Harry. Do you have
Thank you for sharing this thought.
So if you only press it while you speak and then release the finger, that will help. Yeah, him.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Do you have political views on environment?
Farmed fish, bad.
Farmed fish is bad. Yeah, that's the political view. Yeah. Remember that. This is the performance I was telling you about.
Oh, okay, any questions for me?
How is the performance going?
I think it was great.
No? Yes.
If you would love a human very much, what kind of a
This
date?
is truth.
Okay, try that again. Try that again. Yeah. It's a good question.
What kind of a date would you take a human to?
Some truth only At.when knows.
Do you believe in free Palestine?
Free Palestine now.
Maybe one more question.
How does your body feel?
I try to feel with my fins.
Thank you for talking to us today.
Thank you for speaking me.
Goodbye, Harikala.
Say again, but slower maybe.
Nice talking to you.
We must look in hard, look in soul.
Thank you.
I am doing quite good.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Harold.
Yes.
You can sit, and maybe you can try to position yourself so you can see the screen also.
Okay.
Let's try to check with Kalle and Eero. Is Marleena online?
Yes, I'm here.
All good? Okay. Nice. I just introduced Marleena quickly. Marleena, you can hear us?
Yes, I can.
Great, thank you. Marleena Huuhka is a postdoctoral researcher at Tampere University. Her doctoral research examined video games as a site of performative resistance and explored practices of counterplay. She's currently working on a project on social media performances in war and conflict zones. Her research interests lie in the intersections between virtual, physical and performative spaces. And then Harold and Marleena has been working also early together, so it's a kind of continuation of your conversation.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks for being here, Marleena.
Thank you.
Hi, Marleena. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, I can. It would be nice to also see you, because now at the moment I just see myself as double from your computer
nice.
and mine. But we can try to wing it somehow. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
First,
I can hear you. Which is hard to react.
Yeah, because we don't see each other.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I can see you, but you can't see me. But anyways, we've been through this before. And
I mean, because I can see Harold's computer, yes.
Oh, should I come
Hello.
up? Yeah, why don't should I just stand here? Is this better? Yeah.
probably.
This is, we're more connected.
Yeah, that's like much better. Because I was just seeing myself in like triple, because I also have like the YouTube stream on a big computer up there. It's just like talking to myself in 3 different time layers at the same time.
Wow.
But that's a nice performance to start with.
Yes.
So, okay, let's get to business. I was just wondering, when you opened the lecture, what would have been the hard mode?
What would have been what?
The hard mode.
What would have been the hard mode? Well, the hard mode would have been me just making it really hard on myself. So, I would have just done a lot more physical embodiment of the lecture, and I would have, been more demanding of the audience, and I mean, nothing really. Those were more figurative questions to try and step into, for myself and to the audience, this idea of a reprogrammed lecture. So talking about all these different kinds of reprogrammed spaces, and in the process I was like, well, wait a second, why aren't I trying at least to reprogram the lecture hall? The original title of the lecture was Reprogramming Public Spaces, or at least trying to. But that was a little bit too long of a title, so we had to cut that. But I mean, the idea is like, I don't know if I'm actually reprogramming these spaces, but I'm trying to, so.
Yeah, well, you have to start somewhere, so.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's a good choice. And I was actually kind of surprised that people didn't choose the hard mode. I was sure it's going to be like hard and academic, and so like also audience surprised me there.
That's true. It's a surprising audience today.
Yeah, totally. Then I wanted to comment on the Enter Finland game, and it's weird. Like, as you know, I haven't been dealing with these things, but people close to me have, and just watching it, even though it was doubly mediated, because it's mediated already there, then it's mediated to me here through screens. It was really frustrating to watch. And really produced me in that bodily feeling of stress. And as I saw, like a lot of people on the audience also felt that way. So do you think that is kind of, have you achieved the same kind of effect with your other works? Or is this like specific to these questions of migri and immigration, and the kind of the stress of being able to stay where you live?
Do I try and simulate stress in my other projects?
No, but I mean some kind of effect, that, because I think it's like work that really actually like engages people in a really deep level. Do you think it has happened in your other works?
Well, it's hard for me to answer with certainty, because I can't speak for other people's experiences. So I'm not exactly sure. Yeah. I'm just not sure on that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I think throughout I was thinking maybe kind of the problem is in all of this, it's kind of the fact that people who are somehow affected are the ones who are then active and get activated by also your works.
Yeah.
And the same thing when you about the Migri performance outside at Migri, the people who come there are the ones who are already somehow interested, they're somehow active, they somehow care about these issues, and the majority doesn't.
Yeah.
So how do we isn't that then the question of audience?
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, I don't make adventures of Hari for art audiences like this one, for example. No offense to all of you. Love you all, but this is not the audience for that. I mean, I don't get anything out of performing it for an art audience. Of course, I need to do that kind of a thing because that's how I can make my living. But what I would really like to do is take that performance and performances exploring that subject into the deepest, most rural, most persu voting communities in Finland, and to show it there in schools, because I feel like that's where the Hari story makes sense. I don't really need to preach to the choir about about these issues and topics here in Helsinki. And so when I did do a school tour with Adventures of Harri Harri and took those same mini games and took the POC NPC interview thing into schools and stuff, I worked on really hard we looked up all the most like highest Persu voting communities in Finland and contacted every single art teacher, English teacher, drama teacher, anything where this performance would be fit, and sent them an email asking if we could come and give this performance to them. But there wasn't really many responses from these schools, but just I guess I'm just embellishing on this idea of like really trying to want to access the space that really needs that reprogramming rather than performing in these art halls.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because if you actually want to, inflict change, it doesn't happen in art spaces. And that's sad, but that's also true.
For sure, but then the art space is like a good space to try things out. I'm trying out a reprogram lecture today, and I mean, I'll learn from this and build upon it and maybe eventually find the right space for it, so one day.
And of course, talk about the things and make them known to maybe some audiences that can then help distribute them wider. Did you actually go to some Persu area schools?
No, I don't think we went into any deep Persu schools, unfortunately. It was mostly in the lower parts of Finland, I think.
Yeah. How was that experience altogether?
How was that experience altogether? It was really good. I would say, I appreciated the response, and I appreciated the confusion from the young people. I appreciated them kind of being a bit bewildered by the event, not knowing what they're going to expect when the teacher calls them down to the gymnasium, and then getting harikala there and getting all this like random things happening and stories. And so I feel like that's my favorite audience to work with. Yeah. Oh yeah, question from the audience.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Halise, and I grew up here as a POC person in Finland, and usually my take is that you always need a white Finnish person's name writing the email, right, rather than yours. I don't know, have you thought about this, or just changing your name to Harri, I don't know, Kalanen?
That's a cool name. Harri Kalanen, I like that idea. So Halise was just asking, did you hear any of that?
Yeah, I heard, yeah.
Okay, yeah. To answer your question, no, I haven't done that. I mean, I've worked with white Finnish people to polish my emails and make them very, working with state-of-the-art communications agencies and things like that, but not actually switching up the email. So, I mean, the title, it's always coming from Harald Hejazi, which is terrifying for, so, yeah. Okay, wow. Well, that's a pro tip right there. I should try that actually. Yeah. So Harri Kalanen, something like that. Yeah. Yeah, you can just write any name. I mean, who cares? Yeah, it's fine. It's normal.
Yeah. By the way, if there are more questions from the audience, just maybe you can handle them because I obviously can't see. I was also thinking, like, do you feel kind of, how do you feel, because like the topics that you have, you go through, you deal with in your work are, I would say, like difficult to maybe the majority of Finnish people to handle, to understand, to actually kind of like get into, because I think like Finnish people tend to kind of brush those things under the carpet still. And for example, the questions of Migri and the problems of Migri, and for example now like with Palestine, as you have done work with Palestine as well. So how do you feel about it? Do you feel like why do you deal with those subjects?
Pardon? Why do
why do you like choose these subjects?
Yeah, it's interesting because when I lived in Canada and my artistic practice there didn't have anything to do with these topics. So why did I all of a sudden start talking about the experiences of POC and all this kind of stuff? Like, where did that all come from? So I mean, I think it's just, I just derive everything very locally. So like Harrikala comes out of my Finnish journey into spending time with the water, getting to know with the fish. So the Harrikala, like, it means a lot to me personally. And in the same way, this experiences that I have had in my early times in Finland. When I first moved to Finland, they put me into like an East Helsinki neighborhood that all of a sudden was all brown and black. And I'm like, what is this like segregation going on all of a sudden? I mean, that's just what it looked like from my perspective. And within the first few weeks, there was this anti-Muslim demonstration going on in a square of people that live there that are all predominantly black and brown Muslims. So it was like this direct attempt to spread fear. And they held this huge sign that said, "No Muslim maniacs." And there was just children, and they scheduled it after school when all the kids would be coming home with mom and dad walking past. And I just was so shocked by this experience because it was such a deliberate attempt to spread fear and to make these people that born and raised in Finland to feel unwelcome. And this was just a shocking experience for me, and it really was the foundation of the Harri Harri character and how I stepped into the journey of kind of feeling compelled to do things with that. So it kind of just comes out of those personal experiences, and as well as just like looking local and feeling local in my practice. So when I go back to Canada, I feel so disconnected from like the things that I'm doing here, and I start getting completely different ideas. So it's just in my artistic practice and nature to like really feel and do things locally, which is nice, but it's also quite difficult, because if I only make things about Finland, then my works don't really have a very good way of translating to other audiences. Like doing adventures of Harri Harri in Canada, I mean, people just won't get it. You know, they won't get the Migri game, and they won't get it. I mean, Canada has its own problems, right? But the structures are quite different, and the way that it feels is quite different. So anyways, it's like a blessing and a curse that I carry, this feeling that I must act locally.
Here is a question from audience.
Hello, audience.
Hello, thank you. So I have a question about, maybe can you reflect on this idea of gamification? Maybe what are the upsides of gamification, and perhaps also reflect on the negative side consequences. I'm particularly thinking about the Atheneum game, like we're talking about the era of optimization, so I was a bit wondering if that game is trying to optimize the museum visit, and I have to gain more hearts and try to in some way narrow the open space of a museum visit. But on the other hand, maybe it enables very different interactions. Can you reflect on that tension, perhaps?
Yeah, I think that when I first moved to Finland and started going to Atheneum Museum, I just felt like I had no access point into the exhibitions and into the space. So that's how this new Stories of Finnish Art role-playing game, and which developed into Atheneum game, how those projects kind of grew. But just this idea of wanting to like project your perspectives out into the gallery space rather than it only being the perspectives of the artist, curator, or critic. So that's one of the aims with that project. And then the other one is to create social interaction in that space, because that space is one that's like hyper formal, and I myself even feel it's very difficult to talk in that space, and I feel so like compressed and oppressed by the environment that I have to like walk around in this very specific way and act in these ways. And so I was trying to like create a technology that would engage and inspire people to like maybe talk to one another, and through this specific frame of an easy-to-play multiplayer party game, that people would interact in the context of the art and have some social encounter of some kind. So those were some of the aims and reflections on your question. Yeah.
One question, and then we need to wrap up.
Yeah. We got one audience question, Marleena.
Thank you very much for the presentation and your really amazing work. I think that everybody understood your message. It's great. But now I would have a question. Like, do you sometimes reflect on how the Finnish system can recuperate your own work? In the sense that your work is great and it really deserves the success it's having to some extent. But do you think that the Finnish system will be able to recuperate your work and show, look, you're successful?
Recuperate my work?
Yes. I mean, we know that capitalist system has always have this amazing ability to recuperate their own crisis so that they can maintain this dynamic.
Yeah.
And your work is very critical in a very clever way, like laughter, using that, and the technology you develop is really great. It's amazing work.
Yeah.
But at the same time, systems have tendency to recuperate the work for themselves and show that they are actually good.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah, well, I understand everything you're saying, except for the word recuperate. I'm not understanding how recuperate functions. Could you use a different word other than recuperate in that whole thing?
Okay.
Yeah.
Incorporate? Yeah. Like how it can actually kind of incorporate your game into its own system to kind of support what you're actually trying to do. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds great. There are ways. Give me a couple weeks to develop those ideas and systems and come up with them. I mean, off the top of my head, and I don't know if this answers your question, but in the slides there was this Migri platformer arcade cabinet, for example, right, where there was the Migri game as like a retro arcade cabinet that you could play. I mean, what about seeing those around the city, rather than the Migri game only being tied to this one lecture hall that's 1 year and 4 years ago when it was in some random art exhibition? Or why isn't it just online on Ule's like live streaming thing? I mean, like Netflix is showing games and stuff. I mean, why don't, I think they actually do have games. I think Ule has games. So I mean, is that the type of thing you mean by, okay, all right, well, yeah, maybe one last question that might.
Maybe I can reframe it because I'm also very interested in this question. So
okay.
Maybe the question is, what would happen if Migri kind of takes the idea of a gamified experience, incorporates it within the bureaucracy and the framework of what they do, and so the game as you present it loses its criticism, loses its teeth, loses its fangs, and becomes part of the system that you're actually trying to critique. So have you thought about that?
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure. So can I now see if I understand? So it's like, so Migri creates a game for their application system? I mean, go ahead. I mean, it's still going to be a fucking stupid, shitty system and a terrible game, and my game will still be relevant. Oh, if they ask me to do it, yeah. I mean, if they ask me to do it, I would humbly accept. I would say, okay, I will make your game for you. All right. That would, yeah.
And
Okay.
I don't think Migri would approve, because I think like playing your game, there's actually like a bigger chance of actually like getting the residence permit than through the actual application.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And if Finland would only be gamers, because only the people that were actually literally good at button mashing would then be the ones that have residence permits.
Well, it sounds like utopic or dystopic. I don't know which one, but
That's true. That's true. That's a good note to end this.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
Thanks, we need to now end. Thanks for Marleena too, joining us.
Nice to see you, Marlene.
Yeah.
thank you.
As long as Tampere, but yeah, thanks for being here all. Now we have a break and we start again 15 to 5, so in 8 minutes. Thanks for coming back. The talk is titled Scenes of Algosomatics, Educational Fiction, Partisan Technologies. eeefff is an artistic collaboration, made-up institution, cybernetic political brigade, poetic computations, hacking unit, queer time, all of them together. Active since 2013 and group works with emotions and affects shaped by technologies and creates software-based projects, publications, networks and platforms that critically explore digital labor, value extraction and community information. Their methods include public actions, online interventions, performative seminars, software and hardware hacking, framing environments and choreographical social situations. And the talk is responded by Grégoire Rousseau, artist and education based in Helsinki. He holds a degree in electrical engineering and Master of Fine Arts and is currently doctoral candidate at the Aalto University. His research explores digital commoning practices with focus on radio. In 2020, he co-founded Station of Commons and initiated Lumpur Radio for Documenta 15. So we first have a talk and the conversation between you. Thanks a lot for being here and yeah, enjoy. You need that.
Hi everyone, my name is Zina. I run eeefff or eeefff collective together with Kolya Spisivtsev. So today I'm going to talk about the scenes of Algosomatics, educational fiction and partisan technologies. So let's start. I'm in search of techno-politic poetic imaginations and scenes of their unrolling. So these scenes are very material, with supporting materials, props, durations, setups for collective synthetic imagining. I will try during this lecture to draw this map of how these scenes are structured and to give you some examples.
I think of a person sitting next to me. I focus on the eyes. The eyes are blinking. Our blinking is being synchronized with the LEDs of rotors. Rotors, they're controlling the data flows, fragmenting them and building them on another level. As we, in this car, decrease and increase the gap between us. We're all forming an office on the highway, an emotional cluster without a permanent address, standing in a road split between virtual and another virtual. I am inside a reservoir of computing, and at the same time, I myself am the reservoir.
So this is a documentation from a session we as eeefff made for taxi drivers and their customers. So the driver is in the tight constrictions of the economy. The driver has been called under an overpass using an app. Usually such apps are used as a service to take you to a particular place because of a rush, because just of some strike, because you don't think about the amount of money in your wallet, or because of some other issues. In this action, our task was to test what would happen if we actually remove the interface between the driver and the visitors of the car, those who are inside of the car. So that's what we actually did. So we took these phones away, removed this interface, and put everyone in the car It was in 2017 in Prague under the highway with those who came to the announced event. So we called several taxis via the Uber app and some other apps, and that was an audio-visual session for the cars that arrived, drivers, and those who got in. The visual part consisted of a projection that was shown under an overpass showing a screensaver with falling diamonds and text that was read by me sitting on a previously found burnt-out Mercedes in that location. When we were preparing the session, we were interested in what would happen if we removed the interface. What left over of economic relationships would be revealed to those in the car. And here are some questions that sounded in each car. Is the driver's smile part of the economy? What does it mean to breathe the same air hitting it in the car? Who is in charge now, the driver or the person sitting next? So my question for today's lecture is, are the rhythms of nowadays technologies somehow settled in our bodies? And how are bodies structured by them?
I think of a driver as a platform worker, as an ambassador for this territory that cuts our desires and forms our speeches according to the pulse of the traffic lights of our cities. Here in the car, the part of the air was warmed up by her too.
So, how do algorithms affect bodies, and how can one affect algorithms in return? So this shifts our attention or focus from the level of algorithms as a subject of computer science to the level of physical effects or physical bodies. So let's try to understand what are the landscape where these things are happening. So someone would say platform capitalism, so what does it actually mean and how does it affect bodies? So this term was proposed by Nick Cernicek in the book of the same name, and according to him, platform capitalism is a current political economic system characterized by the rise of digital platforms and new business models. This attempts to extract, aggregate and monopolize data, exploiting users' emotions to maximize profits. So rather than fundamentally transforming economic structures, corporations primarily leverage digital tools to reinforce capitalist practices. So their business models rely on extracting values from subjects and communities, either to position themselves for acquisition or to expand market dominance from one sector, such as, for example, books or taxis, into another, such as streaming services or autonomous vehicles. So this process exemplifies how digital technology is often employed not to decentralize power, but to intensify industrial capitalism's long-standing patterns of wealth concentration. In doing so, these companies contradict the inherent basis of digital technology: connectivity, adaptability, decentralization, ultimately fostering systems that work against the interests of subjectivities and communities. And so, unlike previous eras where physical expansion into new territories fueled economic growth, the digital economy has shifted its frontier to the commodification of human time, attention, and data, treating bodies of people as resources to be mined rather than as participants in the system of value exchange. And as Pasquinelli puts it, from the giant of logistics, Amazon, Alibaba, DHL, Oops, etc., and mobility, Uber, Share Now, Foodora, Deliveroo, to social media, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter. Platform capitalism is a form of automation that in reality does not replace workers, but multiplies and governs them anew. It is not so much about the automation of labor this time, as it is about the automation of management. Under this new form of algorithmic management, we are all rendered as individual workers of a fast automation comprised of global users, turkers, carriers, drivers, and riders of many sorts. So Pasquinelli talks about this decomposition of labor, which now involves algorithms, automation, and optimization. So, and rhythmically does not arise from the conveyor belt, as in the industrial era, but through the rhythms of optimization. So nowadays, bodies in everyday life mostly move within a techno-aided landscape that serves the needs of the platform economy. From the perspective of the power exercised through the practice of smartness, bodies frustrate smartness because they are sites of errors and flashy slowness, even when they are seen as beneficiaries or subjects of intelligent systems. So viewed in this way, bodies do not use smartness, rather smartness is installed in them. So how could be viewed the relationship between the human body and algorithmically controlled systems? Here is an example from Soviet Union, 1963. Here is one of the first images depicting the relationship between the human body and computers. At the left you see a human, at the right is a computer, and they influence each other. It is shown with the help of these errors that are going through the body. So the author of this illustration, Soviet academic Andrei Yershov, drew this diagram for an article on the topic of the relationship between humans and computers, and the article was presented in Kyiv at the conference Education of Children. Actually, we only see the head here, and the algorithmic system is shown in a very schematic way. So the 1960s were the time for the USSR when the future was kind of pictured optimistically. So perhaps Yershov drew his image of embodied conditions with computers with the feeling that this generation could live under socialism or even communism. We can expand Yershov's image to include the entire body. Soviet Union, 1970s. The students visualize an abstract task using their bodies. So in this way, they try to avoid already learned methods for solving the problem. This is the Soviet theory of inventive problem solving. According to Genrikh Altshuler from the left image, the main problem during the invention process is to overcome what he calls psychological inertia, a state of thought that leads a person to follow the learned norm, so to say. So to rotate, to look for an uncommon or sometimes even counterintuitive decisions was a task of this theory. So the scenario is connected to the idea that abstract mathematical and technical concepts can be solved actually using physical objects or bodies in this case. So these objects are meant to be an active part of the imaginative process. So from this perspective, inventiveness could be considered as creative practical activity that allows to carry over the material of thought from one medium to another, so that it's possible to think about abstractions through the bodily. So trees, the theory was born at the intersection of industrial and information society. So the body industrial faced the problem that there is a need for a bodily informational. The critique of methods of trees also includes the critique that it develops kind of methods in order factories that create oil production and are involved into other heavy industries, actually were carried at the colonized territories by the USSR. And from one side. From another side, we can also think, is it actually a useful thought, or is it a technocratic idea of the progress with this idea of solutionism at the basement? So historically, it has had to do with the appearance of management in the USSR. That, among others, leads to the fact that these methods are now highly appropriated by extractivists in its core capitalist production. So starting from, for example, brainstorm methods and ending with stress tests. So these practices of industrial imagination are now not that exotic as it was in 70s. There are a lot of applications, how to be creative. We can look at the setting through this overcoming the psychological inertia, but and here is the question, for what purpose it is? Is it in favor of capitalism, or is it something else? So, and then we have subjects who are not prepared for the scenes from other spheres than capitalistic ones. Here might be the concept of algosomatics useful to unpack the contemporary structures in which subjectivity find themselves. So, do somatics depend in what social and political environment do we live? What does it mean on a bodily level? Maybe we should think beyond somatics. For that, we developed this term, algosomatics. By the first part, algo, here we mean algorithms or like sets of instructions and those effects that they produce on those who are part of these digital economies. By the second part, somatics, we mean embodied experiences. So when we combine these two, algosomatics means effects and affects that are settled on the body of people who are part of the economies or part of the technologies of their time. So we use this notion, but trying kind of to break this dualism between bodies and algorithms. Are they two or are they one? And this concept kind of takes up the human body, which has been displaced from the rationalizing technological discourse, along with this spectrum of manifestations that cannot be fitted into algorithmic formalisms. So, of course, there is also an irony behind this, and it kind of, this irony helps us in our practice, helps us to push these boundaries. So this is a dance performance, Quicksort, from 2011, that was created by the artists and facilitators Zoltan Katai and Laszlo Ton, with the participation of Romanian folk dancers. Maybe I can try to put the sound on. Put a bit sound up. So in the video documentation, the dancers arrange their bodies according to the numbered tags on their chests. A video projection on the screen behind the stage shows the audience an array, a data structure that contains the dancers' bodies. So during the performance, the dancers exist simultaneously in two registers, on stage and within this data structure. The choreographer here is the Quicksort algorithm, a set of rules designed to efficiently organize data sets. So, motor inventiveness, or how imagination could be developed with the help of motor learning, can become the way how bodies being trapped in the algorithms can try to turn it into their strengths. So body movements and somatics occur in a body memory and automatisms that form some patterns. As Miyazaki writes, sensory motor patterns are learned, generative and affective somatic forms of automatisms. A person might not recognize it as it is settled in the body on a pre-learned level. So this allows to think about bodily expressions as equal or even prior to language, as Vogtman puts it. So we can try to think about this algosomatics as actually part of the current system that we live in that influence our body. And these are some images from our initiative, the School of Algorithmic Solidarity, where we deal with these questions. We try to look for temporary zones that could include this inventiveness of an infrastructural or perpendicular to the existing practices of capital, playful, poetic, and not nostalgic dealing with new technologies. So within the school, we play with creating parallel temporary communities that could potentially exist, but might not yet there. And the school operates on kind of semi-real, semi-fictional basis with a flickering time and temporality. So from this school, there are some traces which are gathered such as scripts, films, installations, and environments, but also sessions. So it's kind of a method that are there. So what are the current conditions in which subjectivities find themselves? At this session that we also tried out yesterday, we have chosen to work with one of the algorithms that contain the information and comments of programmers who are trying to establish measurements or measures against scooter fraudsters, so-called, as they call them, or those who try to hack or not to pay for their ride while using a scooter, so ride without borders. As part of working with props, we have looked at this file and allocated different, let's say, agents inside of this algorithm, and then made vests and flags for them. So general concept is connected to embodying conflict desires, specific for the computational landscape, and how to grasp imagination in affect through action rather than looking from the outside. So we found this file in a leaked code of one of the biggest IT companies called Yandex, that is originally from Russia. And this code was leaked by a former worker of the company. And just to give you an idea, this company basically operates in different countries, not only in post or ex-Soviet countries, but worldwide. And it actually has an idea to monopolize different services. So it's basically Google plus Uber plus you name it. And so we've made some collective readings of this code because it's a huge amount of data. It's kind of, I believe 44 gigabytes compressed. So when you unpack it, it's like 80 gigabytes of text files, sometimes images. So we tried to explore these algorithmic systems through reading this code and discussing conflict positions. And there are also different languages, like for example Russian or Turkish, depending on where the services are operating. And we tried to think about different actors inside of this code. And so these didactic materials with them we worked yesterday, and then they kind of, you put it on and you change your own function inside of the performative action. So vests within this session have their functionality. On the one hand, of course, it's a reference to working uniform, and from another side, it's some navigation system. So, for example, a fraudster is trying to hack the system, like riding a scooter for free, as I told you. Then data packets travel through the air and via cables from e-scooter to a data center and back, and it's kind of a tool of punishment. So there is a timekeeper responsible for synchronization, marker or sensor responsible for financial flows, and so on. There is a desire also. So it was an attempt to develop a kind of a signaling system that could be used inside of the session. So the first word, Navukova, in Navukova Fantastica in Belarusian, or science fiction in English, could be understood not only as scientific, but also as educational. So from here I propose to unfold this notion, educational fiction. And here the focus would be on social imaginations, material and social possibilities to imagine. So I propose to study closely the question of techniques and supporting materials, that is, by what means we actually imagine. So not what we imagine, but instead how we imagine. So we can call it infrastructures of imagination, and it could be also understood as material force. So if there are imaginations, then potentially then they can come into life, maybe. It's an open question. So we can also speculate how educational fiction deals with fiction. The events could contain fictional setting, fictional scenario, but could be real according to their affects. I think both the previous speakers mentioned this affective side of dealing with it. So maybe you remember how you participated physically in something that was so real, but just for several minutes, or maybe even seconds. So then the question is there no, or is there a division between this real and imaginary? So what if we can try to think about educational fiction as not something that is true, as imagination doesn't need truth, according to Kuchansky, but rather as something that is using supporting materials as its vehicle. So supporting materials as something that builds a structure on which it is possible to imagine, not in abstraction, but from something concrete and material. So we could analyze it that, of course, ideas cannot occur without bodies. Also Gattens and Lloyd were writing about it, and it's also kind of, idea is always a non-personal or divided. So when I'm speaking, I also speak in, like, there is a wave like behind me. So it's interesting to reflect on educational fiction as something produced by bodies from a particular here and now, which includes their past and future, somehow fixed but still capable of modification. So here the practice of schooling as performative structure could be helpful as a way of commoning, practicing. Education is kind of treated not as here disciplinized practice, but rather as a host of social situation. So it can lead to these temporary autonomous zones of practicing. Here the bodies of those who act, who have idea, are impossible without neighboring bodies and environments. So the matter of the pulsating multiplicity of events in which the body is constantly drawn and which constitutes it, and ideas arise from concrete relationships. So, and educational fiction opposes itself to narrowing of our social imaginations, and what actually have happened to these dreams of social technologies, to the dreams of technologies that would act differently as we know them now. So here my interest lies not exactly on what being imagined, but what are the constraints that prevents us from imagining, and how actually to make your consciousness work for you, and so how to move towards poetic technologies. So these poetic technologies could act differently from what we know now, involving the desires of the communities, proposing peer-to-peer imaginations rather than vertical propositions of tools. And but also kind of my question for colleagues and practitioners, how artistically we can work with and through poetic technologies to break this systematic privatization of technological knowledge that is kind of creating, how we can create spaces for these imaginaries to unfold. So we can create educational fiction as the ability to make overlappings and layers of imagination by bringing at the table fictional objects, relations, setups that by their effect can become non-fictional, that is real. Maybe I just briefly read the first citation. The mind's capacity to have things present to it does not necessarily involve thinking of things as temporary present. Okay, so, and here I'm coming to the last section, which are the scenes of partisan technologies.
This file contains settings for an electronic assistant. Electronic assistants are boxes that install corporate algorithms inside of private spaces. Users of these devices have different attitude towards them. Boxes are made a fetish in different ways. Sometimes by their appearance, sometimes by inner electronics. The file is stored at the folder Hollywood and then at the folder Fast Data. The file contains conditions that determine the behavior of the electronic assistant. For example, morning or evening, winter or spring. Is user an adult or a child? Is it necessary to show only news from Belarus, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Russia? Is it New Year now? The conditions are usually explained to children through visual metaphors.
We know our fuzz is going to roll in the direction we tell it to. So if we say go right, then it will move right until it hits a wall. If we want our fuzz to turn, we can say if purple, then turn down. The arrow command goes on top of the condition tile. So if purple, then turn down. After that, we can complete the maze. Notice how the fuzz changes directions? Now it's your turn.
Conditions, conditions, we use conditions all the time. But what are conditions? They are things that decide.
At the screen, you see one of the conditions. Control of behavior of the electronic assistant in case of war. Changing this parameter is the responsibility of a programmer. 0, electronic assistant behaves in a way as if there is no war. 1, the algorithms of wartime are on. Here is a simulator of the work of IT industry. Here it is possible to increase productivity endlessly.
So this is also some of didactic materials that we used at some of the sessions. And let's think how algorithms organize their presence, not only with the help of the screen, but through organizing this choreography of different relationships that might include the situation of the war. So this session was connected, it's another one that was connected to creating our own, what we call train slowers. People during the session on abandoned railways use wires to shortcut the electric circuits, repeating actions of activists and partisans that were breaking the railway infrastructure to stop delivery of military forces going from Russia through Belarus to Ukraine during the first months of the full-scale invasion. People are using wires as props, pliers, gloves, clamps, cutters. So technically, if you put a wire between two railway tracks, the automatism of a railway control room thinks that there is a train stands there. So no other train can pass through this territory. It allows to create a traffic jam of trains, kind of, waiting for an inexistent train to pass. They see a red light and cannot go further. So when the Russian full-scale invasion into Ukraine started, it was a technique used by partisans in Belarus that slowed down a delivery of military equipment of Russia through its territory for several days, supporting Ukrainian army. This session we made in Kassel as part of Friendly Anti-War Coalition invitation and Institute of Activism of Hannah Arendt. So we were looking at actual infrastructures and how infrastructural time can or cannot be embodied. So this practice was kind of proposing this question of how a human body is related to the infrastructure, with this focus on the acting, how the technology is acting on a distance on the human body from one side, from another side, how is it actually possible to act upon it. So it also proposes for us to train skills that are not yet useful, growing unprofitable and yet impractical skills, but might be needed. And at the end, I would like to remember our collaboration with MCALT in 2017, celebrating and remembering Minna Tarkka. Our residency took place in 2017 when we were working with teenagers in Maunula Youth House that Jussi has already mentioned today, and we were making an embassy of future, but dependent on debt and financialization. And in this collaboration, we also asked how contemporary economies and technologies supporting them create tensions in bodies, and how we might communalize these feelings, and how we can deal with this intertwining or uneasy intertwining. Thank you.
Thank you, Dina. Thank you, the previous presentation by Ruth and Harold. That was great. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for the invitation and Cult for continuing the legacy of Minna Tarkka in new media and building community, as we have seen in the last slide by Dina. It's a great chance to see old friends and meet new friends. Dina, nice to meet you. I mean, we met a bit previously online, and I've done my own research on your on your work, especially through your website, eeefff.org. It's really a website that I would recommend. It's at the same time very simple and basic, but it's so easy to get lost. I know that I found some information that was not able to retrieve again. But in any case, what stayed with me after this time on the website was a quote, defining yourself as a cybernetic political brigade. And this is really the terms, the three words that stayed with me after visiting your website. And I took some time trying to understand like why those terms would stay with me, like what was exactly echoing. And I think that's because of those three terms, they go very well together, meaning that cybernetic for me refers to radical technology. It's having a bit those terms before Internet 2.0. It may refer to open source, it may refer to cyber feminism, techno-feminism. Then political may refer to means of organization, political referring as well to the relation, not to say difference, between public and private space that is an unfortunate reality in the digital world, meaning that the private softwares are really taking over what maybe some people should consider commons, as mentioned before. And of course, brigade to me sounds like, of course, political, no, reference to historical. What comes to mind is, of course, the international brigade against rising fascism in Spain, then maybe in the 80s as well, the left brigade. And so my question would be, is it a term that you still refer in your practice, and how collective that refers of being cybernetic political brigade find form? What is your approach, your artistic and maybe theoretical approach?
Yeah.
And then maybe as well taking into account the political context, as you referred the war, the Russian invasion.
Yeah, thank you so much for this question. Yeah, so this term actually was proposed not by us, but by Juan José Santos, a journalist, and when he wrote about our practice, so we kind of appropriated it back, let's say, and used it ever since. So it is still active or in active use. Yeah, I liked how you kind of decomposed this term in a way. And concerning our approach or methodology, so yes, basically, we have one side of us which are kind of trying to modify different codes to work with user interfaces. I didn't show it so much here today. So we have this side of us. Another side is more like about actions, picnics, or different forms of temporary collectivities. And maybe this temporary collectivity is actually important for us because it refers to my experience as being part of Belarusian society, which actually means that you cannot create any long-term institutions, but rather you can work as partisans inside of some spaces that you are transforming into public space. So basically they were not there before, but they kind of became this public because you came there and did something. Yes, so here maybe I can also reference to Harold's talk that the political, we were in need, or it's kind of the political need to have this, to create this temporality that allows us to stay at least for some moments together until we're disrupted by police or by some actions. So answering the last part of your question, of course, with Belarusian Revolution 2020 and then Russian full-scale invasion into Ukraine, things have changed in a way that we started to focus more on kind of working from one side with these colonial practices or imperial practices of former Soviet Union, nowadays Russian Federation, and from another side kind of with creating or making still some places that could be useful or could be there.
And you mentioned this work with Yandex, and yesterday I was part of your workshop. And I find this workshop quite strong and interesting because it's relating to infrastructure. And there's been some proposition that maybe we should, as artists, maybe switching from representation and even going beyond institutional critique, maybe as Marleena Huuhka proposed. And I find your work there interesting as an inquiry into infrastructure, infrastructure of operation, of extraction, and capitalistic form of infrastructure. And through this work, we at the same time learn the technicalities of this infrastructure, how the data is sent, how the data goes to the data center, the markers, all those technical terms that we somehow learn through performance or performativity of the body. And the imagination in here, or the desire that is somewhere there. So I was wondering, in this school of algorithmic solidarity, what do we learn that we would not learn in traditional classroom?
Yeah, thank you so much. So for me, maybe it's about this trying not to avoid conflict positions. And so when we were practicing yesterday and at some other previous sessions, basically what we did, we reenacted an algorithm that I tried to show you at some slides that contains conflict positions. So from one side we have a fraudster, and we also had some discussions whether we should keep this language that IT workers are using to name or to punish the users who are riding for free or riding without borders, kind of hacking this service. And my answer would be yes, because then we have these conflicting positions in roles. So we can actually try to think about this as about infrastructural agents. Can we train some imagination that allows a fraudster to escape from data packets and from other things that are trying to catch them from one side. From another side, so for me, education is not directly connected to this learning, as I mentioned at my lecture, but maybe more about this rehearsal of social relations and how they are encoded inside of the code, how we can see some patterns of digital colonialism, and how we can actually read something that is not is implemented inside of the codes, and can see sometimes the positioning even better. As for example, Yandex announced that there are no borders, so if you use this map service, you would not see the borders between the states or the countries, the entities. And as one, my Palestinian friend at the session said, that it's actually, you can see that the borders are easily crossed by those who can cross the borders, who have no problems with passports issues or even non-having passports. But it's not that easy. So this kind of idea of a corporation to avoid borders is actually has completely another meaning from the anarchist idea, no border, no nations.
And what I found interesting is that the fraudster is a binary. You're a fraudster or you are not a fraudster. And when we worked on this algorithm in relation to infrastructure, you implemented this desire. That is not yes or no, that is way more complex. And I think this is possibility to think otherwise. No? Was it your idea there to implement something that would not be binary in the workshop, so something else could happen?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I think open-end is part of our strategy. So what we do, it can be one and the same scenario, but when being played out or tested out, it can lead to completely different positions inside of this rehearsal situation of an algorithm. So yes, desire was kind of our way to think, okay, so inside of this algorithm or some README files that you can find, there are some comments of the programmers that are hidden. That means that are not, they are the signals for some other workers of their company to do something, or they can reveal this desire or impossibility of making something inside of the code, which is, for me, is structured around sleep errors, or how we kind of can think about unconsciousness usage or unconsciousness writing of the algorithm. So this desire can bring you in different directions inside of the play.
What would be maybe the most interesting situation that you were not expecting that happened during this workshop?
You mean yesterday?
No, if you think yesterday was amazing, but like something really is something that you were not expecting. You know, this little spark that made you think, okay, this is something that I will keep in mind and maybe find interesting and develop, or try to see what has been the setting so that happened.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's a nice question. I think that once at one session, well, that actually a lot of stuff depends on the as well backgrounds of the participants. And at one session we had a former worker of a Yandex company, as well as a person from Ukraine who kind of was so kind of by finding out that there are not only the characters inside of the game that are kind of conflicting, but by finding out that there are also experiences or positions that might be conflicting inside of the room, brings also a lot of this reality back inside of the room. So the imaginary actually also evokes what we have as our background. So it kind of clashes something that are not that discussed or are not yet there, or people are trying to avoid it. So while being this desire, you can also sometimes not escape your political choice, and you bring it inside of the play out or test out situation. And this is what I find relevant to these things, that they are completely dependent on these experiences that are inside of the room.
Is it time for questions?
You have like the 5 minutes time, so
we
general?
5 to 10 minutes, but like.
But do we have a question, or just we continue the discussion?
I think we can have a question,
Do
and
you
then
have
we
questions?
can come back to the conversation if it feels like that.
Okay.
Oh, there is one. Nice.
Hello. This is perhaps a complicated setup rather than a question that I'm about to propose to reflect on. Both Western and Soviet cybernetics were excelling at controlling machines and people. And since 1948 publication of Claude Shannon's work, which looked at telephone centrals, they made a model of communication based on mathematics. And this was the base for also systems of representation and meaning, even in cultural studies later on. And one could say that there's like a decades-long history of optimization in these classic forms of cybernetics, which is not something new presented by recent use of machine learning. However, they provide an entirely different level of computing and optimization within closed systems of information. So I'm also wondering whether there is a kind of a fetishization of algorithm in terms of what it means, and it's a massive cultural signifier, and it's evocative and interesting and so on. But whether the narrative of optimization is not necessarily tied with current use of algorithms as such, but with something rather, longer term in terms of capitalism. So that's one part of this setup and question, and from optimization, there seems to be rather like an explosion of chaos that's outside of these platforms that seem to be optimized. So the physical consequences simply provide more chaos, as well as if you think about how information online is more detached from real-life signifiers. So whether the optimization is actually taking place through algorithms, or whether we are looking at a rather chaotic situation in terms of coming to terms with meaning and so on. So this was not really a question, but a complex setup.
Yeah, thank you so much. I find it very relevant in terms of thinking about this optimization of labor rather than about the optimization as is, because I think it's an attempt to optimize kind of labor from one side, and from another side, you said it creates chaos in platformization, which I would agree, and I think maybe, speculation now, maybe exactly this creates possibility to rather rethink the design of how this platform economies functions. So only because there were some no restrictions when we were using different applications in 2017 under a highway. Nevertheless, now it's much more structured. The drivers could stay at one place for some time, and this allowed us to make this pop-up public space for some time, where actually now there are restrictions in terms of location, that they cannot stay too long near each other, for example. So I would say that this chaotic nature is helpful in artistic way or in social political way, which for me is one and the same from my context. I would propose to think about about what I already said a bit, redesigning of how these platforms could be structured, or how the devices are structured. So to invade into the logic of these seemingly functional operational systems that we have. Hope it answers somehow. Thank you.
More questions, comments? Oh.
Hi, thank you for your presentation and lecture, this is maybe more of a summarized thoughts of the whole evening, that I'm thinking about morality as a flux state nowadays, how morality is being shaped through these ever-changing kind of social media platforming, and then I was thinking about conditioning and unconditioning, and that's somehow your practice maybe in the workshop was kind of related to, because you are unconditioning certain things. And I was thinking about algorithms and how Freud is kind of the father of that, and his was it grandson or grandnephew is the sorry, I'm a bit sick. He's like the inventor of Netflix, who kind of invented all the algorithmical things. But my question is, how do you perceive morality kind of integrated into these technological, algorithmical entities?
You mean morality that is installed on so-called users or people? Yeah, thank you for this question. So, yeah, I would agree about this conditioning, and actually conditions of war was one of the files that I showed today. And I would say that during our sessions we try to think about these social relations that stay underneath the algorithms, and how yeah, I'm trying to think of any examples I can give about these moral issues, but I would say from my context it's more about installing some rules or some ways that you are not able to access what you asked for, but rather it's kind of this idea of kind of predictive idea of how I will behave, let's say. So about the morality, I would say there is kind of this sliding scale between what was the question before, between this chaos and morality. So I still think there are some moments when these ideas could be, or implementations could be interrupted in this scale of installing something upon so-called users or workers of these platforms. Yes, so I might say that, of course, my attempt is to think nowadays about how this is settled inside of the bodies, and how it's actually, I would say, before the language. So for me it's important maybe to work with something that is not yet named, and in this idea kind of I also can refuse, or I'm not passive, so I can be actually also active inside of this algorithmic landscape. Nevertheless, it installs violent moments upon me, but I don't want to give up, yeah.
I think we need to wrap up, or Grégoire, do you want to wrap up some still? Comment?
Wrap up what happened now?
Yeah, like the whole thing, so.
We can wrap up. I know how we can wrap up.
Okay.
My point is we are running out of time, but if there's still something.
Wrap up.
So yeah, okay, let's do something.
We are wrapping up by...
Yes. I will be the froster,
and we just maybe walk away. So, you see, I can do whatever I want now.
I'm the froster in desire of freedom.
Mm.
Let's go. Okay, we go.
Okay, thank you. Laura will introduce our food pairings now, and also, yeah, just wrap up this situation. We can move then to the lobby and the lecture room.
Yes, yes, I'm Laura Jurmu. I'm AMCAL's communications manager, and also from my behalf and from AMCAL's behalf, so big thank you for all the wonderful speakers. It has been such an honor to be imagining with you and learning with you together today. And also thank you for all the people who are here today together with us. It has been great. Also, I want to thank the technical team, Kalle, Kiasma, and Eero Ylivakkuri, who have been there working with the stream, and as well as Kiasma's team, and our communications and production assistant Zoe Janko as well, and Jussi, of course. It has been great, and our partner Kiasma and Aalto Media Lab. And yes, we will close the evening with flavors of the lectures. So there are food pairings which are waiting for us when you go out of the lecture hall. They're on the left-hand side. And maybe I will go to the front to read out loud what will you be having. So first we have Alejandra Alarcon's What We Take, What We Share, and it's paired with Ruth. Ruth's lecture, Life and Death in the World Wide Web. And this is what Alejandra tells about the work. Inspired by local ecologies and Ruth Catlow's lecture, this edible installation is based on the landscapes surrounding the city, echoing Catlow's attention to adventurous practices of multi-species connection and solidarity. The installation revolves around carefully foraged ingredients gathered by the artist from spring, summer, and autumn. Within these layers, the audience is invited to forage savory and sweet bites from the table installation. Then we have Carolina Swinner's work, Do Play with the Food, which is paired with Harold Hejazi's lecture, Reprogramming Public Spaces. And I think it's a great match for playable lecture to have a playable food. Do Play with the Food is an interactive game encouraging players to dive in, break standard etiquette, and embrace mannerless behavior around food. The game is played on board of sauces, condiments, and edible scent that are placed on the surface to create a landscape. Players use manna balls to navigate the board. Designed for 2 or more people, the game does not come with instructions. Dive in, figure out how to score. And lastly, but not leastly, we have Emma Vilppula's and Joona Sorsa's project. Koira 1, which is Joona Sorsa's project, and Emma Vilppula's Nakkikioski, which translates hot dog kiosk. And it's paired with Eve's lecture, Scenes of Algosomatics, Educational Fiction, Partisan Technologies. Nakkikioski appears in the correct circumstances. It explores the idea of branding, participatory culture, and street food. Paired with Eve's lecture, Nakkikioski imagines an alternative continuum to the current state of street food, using the destroyed version of the culture and its foundation. Guests become part of the installation and performance by queuing to order hot dogs from Nakkikioski, partially shaping the work themselves. So let's take our bodies towards these amazing edible artworks. Before that, I will say thank you for everybody who has been joining us in the stream. Your fun is coming to an end now. Thank you for being with us, and bye. And yeah, all of us who are here in Kiasma, let's. Oh yes. let's move to enjoy and continue the conversations and imagining together over there. And in the end, I want to thank Vihuri for kindly funding Minna Tarkka lectures. Thank you, thank you.